Paukama pamsuroi muri Zimbabwe. Muri Zimbabwe ndine urombo kukubata panguva yakamanikidzika. Ndini wenyu Mukoma Masimba. Notenda Downtown ndakwira bhazi kwanga kuchinaya kumbezi rangu ranaiwa asi hazvina basa. Ndinikahitika kwangu ndinako kwake kahitika kunge murodi ndinako nejaketi rangu remurodi ndinaro kana ndapfeka jaketi rangu iri ndaredi. Ndiri kutsvagawo angandibatsira nekunoudza mama vangu Ruvheneko. Ndanzi Ruvheneko parirenyatwa uri kudiwa nemwana wako, mukudiwa nebenzi. Mwana wenyu ati mama, I want to talk to you. Uye kuWhatsApp. Uye kuWhatsApp kwangu mama. Mukoma Masimba, munondiziva mama. Munondiziva. Ndine mwana wandatuma. Auya kwandiri akandifonera Mukoma Masimba Ruvheneko ndomuziva. Ndichibva mutaura Ruvheneko ndi kumutsvaga. Saka mama, I'm serious. Ndikakuwanai mama Ruvheneko mimi. Ndasvika pana mai vangu. I'm looking for my mother. Mai vangu anera nyati. Uri manyati mimi. Ndakasvika pamuri chete. Ndasvika pana mai vangu. I'm writing a book. BhukuReBenzi. Ndakambokumbira na Prophet Java. Vakandipromisa. Havasati vadzoka. Ndinotenda. Handina kuti vakaramba. Kandi vakashora. Aiwa vakandipromisa. Havasati vadzoka. Ndanyora pasi. Nari prophet wechokwadi anogopromisa munhu. Promisa munamato. Promisa kutaurawo nemukoma wake. Ari kugara murodi. Just like Simba Java. Ndiri mucherechedzo. Simba Java mukoma wangu hamupana kwandiri wewe. Na Passion Java tiri muri imwe chete. Vana mai vedu ishirikadzi. Ndina Stana ndirangarira nhasi akati Mukoma Masimba uye pano. Chimbonditaurira zvakamira sei BhukuReBenzi. Stana makamutarisa mai vake ishirikadzi zvakare. Go deeper, iri spot on. Iri spot on. I was born for a purpose. Mama Ruvheneko, ndikukudai kuseri mama. Ndakutaura nemi kuseri mama. Kuchemwa musodzi yangu. Si zvandinoita manje mama. Ini ndakataura zvandataura mama. Ndinosekiwa go yangu. I want to talk to you mama. I want to sacrifice to show I want to talk to you mama. Imimi amuone mavideo yangu munozomaona apfura. Vari panapa iwa mama. Ndo ndiri kutokumbira. Handina kudhimanda. Kana usingadiregedza. Tinotenda. Asi zvandakuita kune vanoda, vanoti vanondida vaya. Kana uchindida iwewe. Udza mama Ruvheneko kuti ukudiwa nebenzi. Okay? Wakadaro manje. Ndo vandakudawo back. Kundaura unorara mutoilet. Nhasi unorara mutoilet. Asi ndakakwasa kuti Ruvheneko akandibata mai vangu. Ndonorara pahotera. Hotera yangu iri just 5 minutes away from here. Saka ndato ready for toilet. Ndatopfeka gear yangu muroad. Saka ndichakuratidza pancharara nhasi. Tichake tiri tese usiku hwese ndine charger yangu muhomwe ndinofamba nemachaja. Ndakagara mutoilet mangu. Kuzikuri kunaya. Mvura yakanaya inopira mutoilet. Kana wakadai inobochila yangu paka outside. Ndine charger yangu ndinofamba necharger zangu. Saka ndine charger phone yangu. Wi-Fi yakazara mutown. Mahara. Ndimi makandisa kuno kutown imi. Ndati makubvisa benzi ku ghetto. Makuisa benzi mutown. Ure zvandakuita manje. Ndakwenda ku immigration. Ndakunomangarira mama Tilda. Ndimi makandisa mutown. Ndimi makandisa kugotera. Ini ndakakuzai ndine mudzimu. Mudzimu wangu ndokurwira Zimbabwe. Makati aiwa buda muroad. Kati ora chindisai kubuda kundisa kwacho. Ndakotera kati ndaenda. Ndasvika pahotera ipapo mukadzi akandigira chikafu ndinotenda. Chikafu chapo ndakatobata mufana tendezi ndizoti mufana tendezi mvana ndokuda whatever I tell you I do it. Ndava ready kuda kudya. Ndapedza kudaro ndada kurara andichari hopazi kubata. Hopazi kubata. Ndaba ndarota pane zvandarotawo zvangu ndakutaura naMama Ruvheneko. Iya nyaya yangu naMama Ruvheneko ichazi nyaya yenyu. It's a secret. Secret. Ndizaipe kugumira. Saka mama wangu ndakataura nawo secret. Inonzi signal. Pa God deep inonzi signal. Ndakataura na Julius Malema akati mama give me a signal. Saka inini God deep manje inokolekta ma signals acho. Ingi chima collector ma signal. To answer Malema kuti I got the signal. Because mai wangu wakachema. Zimbabwe yakachema nini. Saka I got the signal. Ndakabva kutaurira kuti nyorai pasi. Kuti Zimbabwe ine solution ye coronavirus. Njaze ndakambozotaura zvikaneswa mapurisa akanisa kuenda hospital. Kanza aiwo uri kupenga ndikutokutaurirai. Ndinayo solution ya coronavirus. Muchaiona from Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe yanaka. Right, takabata mama wangu Ruvheneko Zimbabwe yanaka. Remember 1 2 3 go. Totopera pa God deep atinangwe kutamba. 1 takaloka mama Tilda takavaloka. 2 takabata Ruvheneko ndakusunungura mama Tilda manje. Right, ndakusunungura manje. Ndoba muchaona kuti ndi mama zvecho nditete. Ndoba muchaona kuti mama Tilda avasi mama Tilda kupromota nganga. Ndi mama we tete wedu weZimbabwe. Ndoba chatigira unit yatikutsvaga. Ndakwatuma kuovisa mai Mnangagwa. Ndakwatuma bana ndikwaso kwatuma wega. Ndakwatuma na Ruvheneko. Ruvheneko ndibatsiro. Ndana mama wangu office ya mai Mnangagwa. Ndoba kuti mai wangu Mnangagwa waiti the first lady of the world. Ndakwadadisa mai wangu. Avangashorwe ndiripo inini. Ndini mudzimu weZimbabwe. Baba wangu Mnangagwa ndakuti vadade kuti the president of the world. Wabvumira mama Tilda kushanda na mai Mnangagwa. Tilda Foundation ya State House. Ndakutobata basa. Tilda akutibatsira again. Ndakugadzira the past mistakes. Ndakangozwa zvana gukura hundi ndandizvizive. I was born 83. Pazvinogadziriswa God deeper spirit haina hutsinye hapadeuke ropa. Tinowirirana, tinowadzana. Order in structures. Order in structures. Izvaya zvangu zvamimi handisvumbo kudai papa. Anyway, I will take you for a tour to show you where I'm going to sleep today. Hamundigone. Hamuna zvamunondiita ini. Zvamakati muda kundiita ndakakuitirai. Ndakauya kuhotera ndakazviita. Chikafu chapo. Nezuro rakatodhikira kuti ready kuda kudya. Kana kuti ndaredi 10 zanoza ndaredi nini. But pane chinhu 1 chandimisa chete. Chinhu 1 chandimisa. Ndoda kutaura naRuvheneko mai wangu. Kuti mai wangu akachema, mai wangu ndinyatika ini. Saka Ruvheneko ndimanyatika. Ndakutaura naye nehope dzangu dzandinadzo. So ndakarotawo. Saka ndakamirira kutaura naRuvheneko. Chamunogara pakatoilet pangu apa. Kana 1 week hazvina basa. Hatina pressure. Hatina kwati kumhanyira. Hatina pressure. Iri marovha. Nemudzimu kanibata. Kachikonipa Ruvheneko chete muone zvandikuitirai. Ndiedzei. Anyway, I'll take you for a tour. The spot is a good spot. Kane wifi yana. So ndiri panapa ndichiteka wifi kangu panapa ndasi madiresi. Ndopinda mutoya ndomunogara pakachema ndopoti dozi todzoka kuti panapa. Ndo zvandichaita kusvika ndataura naRuvheneko. Akaramba zvina basa munhu amanikidzwe. Java akaramba wani. Haana kuramba. Akapromisa. Saka Ruvheneko akaramba zvina basa pakoti patimanikidze munhu. BhukuReBenzi harina pressure. Ndizvebenzi izvi. Toba muchazoona kuti benzi ndiani. Tese tiri mapenzi. Muchazozviona zvino. Imwe rambe muchingonyora pasi. Mangwana achaseka tese. Muchaka kudzokera comments enyu. Muchingoti ndebenzi. Ine munoenga macomments enyu from zviri kufaina Keda. Pandakasvika pakasvika mudzimu weZimbabwe Facebook. Ndikati muri yeZimbabwe. Ndine urombo kukubatai panguva yakamanikidzika. Ndakakupai sign kudara. It was a sign. Which inini I was born to fight for Zimbabwe. And I'm fighting for you. Ndakukutaurira manje. Inonzi prophecy manje. Saka namaprofita ese akuona moto manje. Kuti kumpana profita mukoma mazimba iyi, professor mukoma mazimba iri spot on. Endai kutsvaka mavidhiyo, endai kuzviri kufaina Keda. Muna mavidhiyo yangu. Nditi muri yeZimbabwe. Ndakanaka. Ndichiri chino chichi handsome. izvo nangoputika putika ndingoti I resemble Zimbabwe. Ndakambokitira dhodhi, it's a signal kuti Zimbabwe yadhodhi, ini nochi ndiri dhodhi, newe futi uri dhodhi. Asi pane one munhu asiri benzi, BhukuReBenzi mune munhu one asiri benzi. Ndiani munhu iye? Ndara wangu ndiye one asiri benzi. Onai zvamunoita, ndakamuunza totitaurira namudara wacho apa, mese munorotomoka mugorotomoka apa, mudara anabari straight, anabari straight. Kana uchiti mudara wangu haasi benzi iwo, uchiti Mawere haasi benzi, ndipo ma11 ipaakaba mari pacho. Wari pama11 waya vanhu vanogerwa musoro, vanhu vanotsvaga basa mangwana chachaino kuti Mawere, you wasted my time. What a bad mentor. Mangwana vanatogerwa musoro wakandipa 11 pacho. Saka ndadedicate kuti mudara wangu ndikauya kuti ndite bho musoro kutsvaga basa nditoshita mangwana chachai. Because why should I waste time nemunhu wekuti ka ndikumuti haasi benzi, iye ari benzi, iwe wakanyarara, chindipa kama 11 nacho, chindipa kama 11 nacho. Kana anga ari politician, give me the 11s. Kana anga akaba mari, give me the 11s. Mawere akaba mari ku SMM, Mawere kuti aiwa SMM haisi yangu, aiwa ndeyako, kuti aiwa alright, ngati kutaurire pachiZimbabwe. Mawere yake yakatanga nayo inonzi Africa Resources Limited, ndo yakatanga nayo kuregister iyoyo. Africa Resources Limited yakazobara imwe company, haachazi Mawere. Africa Resources Limited mwana wa Mawere, mwana wa Mawere achawo mwana wake kusvika achasvika pa SMM. Saka na SMM muzukuru wa Mawere, right? Iye ndisekuru, ndiye tateguru wacho. What did you do? What did you do? I'm not asking you, I'm asking what did you do? Makaba maita mamu specify. Pamaruwa ne reconnect. Zvinoreve kuti reconnect. Zvinoreve kuti specify. Kana takwenda pamutemo justice, kana munhu one akadzvanyirwa nemutemo, what is the role of the judge in the court of law? Inonzi miscarriage of justice iyoyo. Ndakaidzidza iyoyo. Ndabata Rita Makarao. Rita Makarao, you showed me a signal. Yekuti the judiciary is captured. Ndaine facts kuti judiciary ndiyo yakakepchwa. Kana judiciary yakakepchwa, ndiyo inonzi iyo judiciary zvinorechi ndo the bank of justice. Takutaura pachiaccounting. So when you walk in the court application yako, you are walking in with a check. Kuti yoona ndauya nenyaya yangu, nyaya yako yozeiwa, wopiwa zvirichi zviri pacheki ipapa. Kana cheki yako ine 0, unopiwa 0. Right? It means you lose a case. Kana cheki yako ine value, unopiwa 1. Dola rako ndo value yake. Wapina bank of justice. Then kana Mawere, just to help you, uyu Mawere Africa Resources Limited iri registered ku UK kwete ku Zimbabwe. Ndo yaani direct na ndo kwake koko. Izvi chabana angolo just a shareholder. Vana ka ba benefits ekubereka. Haatombogari ku Zimbabwe kwacho. Ari ku South Africa kudhara. Tiri mutazi Mawere is fugitive. Akatiza. Uti ndakatiza rini? Ndakasobuda ku Zimbabwe 1988. Then I ended up naku World Bank. Ndiri senior analyst. World Bank. Then I chose to go to South Africa. I'm a citizen in South Africa. SMM yanga my directors ayo. Ne board rayo. Kana paita chanetsa alright ndauya sasekuru. Ndakuzwa nyaya yacho is a witness. Ubanza aiwa na Rita Makarao. Mawere, remember you are specified. And you will reconnect you. Saka you are nobody. What? Nakutauroka. Unakupinda mkoti unzi. I affidavit. It means representing Mawere in his absenteeism. Unzi aiwa affidavit asura kuone. What is that? What is that? Ndochibenzi kayo. But Rita Makarao aisi mosha yako. Unepo wakatadzawo kubvuma kuitiswa. Yes, ipapo is a chief justice. Wakabreaka oath yako. But ndiri kunzwisisa ndiri mudzimu weZimbabwe. Zvinogadziriswa, okay? toshandisa experience yenyu anaricha makarau to correct these mistakes, not to punish each other or to kill each other, to say tese takatiri mapenzi, nyika yakafa takataisa, tese takauraya nyika. Iwe license yako yakatora sei? Ndakaenda ku VIT, ndakaisa mari mudashboard. Newe futi wakaurayiwa nyika futi newe. Iwe wakakrosa sei border no South Africa? Takangokia onko masimba. Newe futi wo. Passport yacho kaiwana sei? Passport yacho kaiwana sei? Imi ndinaziya sekuru wangu. Right? Iwo sekuru wako ari ku passport office. Then sekuru wabhona vari muhurumende. Ari kudyawo pake, iwo uri kudyawo pako. Hapana sina kudya. Hapana sina kudya. Oh, pane urazi. Ai ndakanyarara mwa ndidye. Iwo unofiriwe kunyararawo kana unachidya wadi kudyawo newe futi ngwarawo futi wo. Uri benzi futi. Tese tiri mapenzi. Takauraya nyika yedu tega. I understand. Okay? Tatirwa new one from independence. Ana mdara wedu ana mdara mnangagwa. Wangari more military, wangari more academy, wangari nodzidza mabhuku. Ana wangari educated, wangari experience. Right? Common mistake. Uri kuseka mnangagwa kuti akavarairwa. Asi wakaenda ku Joburg, hauna mapepa. Ukatotenga motikari, hauna license yacho futi. Niwo futi uri mnangagwa futi niwo futi. You see? Uri benzi futi. Once you understand kuti no, it's time to say tese tiri mapenzi. Let's start again. Takaramba takapresa ana mnangagwa wacho. Tichaluza ma lessons anobatsira vana vedu vatakabereka kuti vadzidze kuti what is proper governance. Kuti takavapresa vanobva kuti press back. Asi tikapfawa muswedera mashure kupenda benzi pamberi, ndoenda ndiri benzi, ndoti ndauya baba, ndauya nevana venyu, ndakaenda ndiri nini ndozvigadzirisa. Mimi makaedza ndakanyarara, munopfeka masutu, ana biti, munopfeka matai, muenda kumakoti kwacho matadza namukomongo. Tinokudai yangu yaibenzi. Chigarai nevakadzi venyu kumba, musasiya vakadzi, ndindega ndinofanira kuita izvozvo. Kuti ndida kukurwirai. Takaona murume anosiya mukadzi, that murume is a coward. Is a coward. Asiri chimukadzi wacho. Aenda ku small house. Ina ndina kudaro. Ndakasiya mukadzi kuenda ku road. Kunorwa. Kurira nyika yangu, kurira nome wangu. I'm a man. Ndiri benzi asi ndiri murume. Ndokunzi murume uko. Pandaenda pa road ndakati aiwana mukoma chigare kumba musanditeere imi. Pane kuda kuti ndikoka kudzimba dzawo kuti ndisiende kadaro. Ndotokurwirai. Ndonisa kumba kwako, uchienda ku night shift uchindisiya nemukadzi wako. Unondisiya mushe rini? Boys ra unondisiya mushe rini? I want to ping sekuru wangu Nyati. I want to ping sekuru wangu Nyati. When offer accommodation. So sekuru, thank you very much. Ndiri paro, I'm fighting for Zimbabwe. Wakati muzukuru, kana murume afunga zano rake, I can't stop you. I want to ping wangu sekuru wangu zvakare, sekuru Kweza. Muno Melbourne, wakati ndiona sekuru wangu. Sekuru, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Don't want to attend Melbourne. It means I'm fine. Baba Wanda mpano wami. I want to thank you so much. Baba Wanda wakati ntora. Ati mkoma. Naona kusiya kotera. Ndiye akanditora baba Wanda. Ada kunisa baba pake. Akatosenda mutsura kuti iwo ora kunisa baba pako. Une mwana mchechi. Kune corona. Nditsvina ndinayo iyi. Une vana ma grade 1, grade 2. Nezvandakaita izvi. Vana vako arungwa. Vanotumatizikana zvizvi. Ndikandibvona zvikadzisa ndikakudzoka. Ndakabva ndamutsura. Ndakabva ndosiyana mutsura. Rudo rwako ruri very stupid. Ndoronzi Zimbabwe love. Kuda munhu achuza kunogara parodi asina kumbo kunokera do. Kutoti huyai kutokoka kuti huya neinda dzandinadzo idzi. Ndogara pakauchi rako. Ndakati no, handiti izvozvo. Baba Wanda, thank you very much. At this stage, ndikuenda pa toilet pangu apo. Tenders ask chibomira wakadaro ningina. I know you're going to get upset, but Nenu, I'm also upset. They promised to love me now. Now I'm asking them, did you pay a number of Ruvheneko? What are the number? I'm going to prove a point. They lied to me. They lied to me. My mother, what I want of this video. What I see, what I want. Akazia mistake yake. aziya mistake yake, on his way back to me akasiya nyora bhuku rake. They say I love you mukoma masimba, then you say prove it. Umtibhadhara $30 ubwanyara naso validyira mari yangu. How can I help you mukoma masimba? The only help I want from you bhadhara $30 hadi tiri bhuku rebenzi rimanikidze asi muchandipa mesi nyorai pasi. Now I want kuti ndoda kutaura mai wangu Ruvheneko haadi kundipa kuti namba yacho majini mama ndine naro ndarara patoilet kuti handani ndoenda kuhotera kwacho unoite kuhotera kwacho kuti handisi kufara. Ruvheneko will take me back to my hotel room. I want to talk to my mother. Ndinofamba ne one bururu wangu pa Facebook Sabina Benzi, then ndina bururu wangu one anonzi Kwanele ndiye ari kundiita upkeep sabururu, saka ndakasimba mabururu angu ese. Don't worry, for now ndina Kwanele ndimumira kundifonera ndisiye ndakadaro. Bvunzai Kwanele kuti ari sei mukoma masimba. Kwanele Mazinyani ndiye bururu wangu, anogara padhuze nenapo. Akauya achindiona panapa, akaona pahotera, akatoona kuti grocery rapo kuti handinyepe nyika, akatozoda kunditengera chikafu. Vanotengera murume mukuru ari parodi chikafu. Kuti next time chengeta mari yako, uyo wakabika sadza, handidi chikafu chekutengerwa ini, une mwana wako Kwanele. Right, amba 19 years, ane vasikana vake, ari kudawo ma WhatsApp bundles, ari kudawo kuti mafoni tengera muzukuru wangu foni, kwete inini. Ndakabva ndatomutsura futi, ndiri benzi asi ndinotsura, handidi nonsense. Ndakaramba kuti ndikatengerwe chikafu $25 chikafu chemutauni ichi. Munhu ane mwana kuti chitineja chinonakidza chipana chinofina swag, kuti mutengere maziwachi nemazi necklace, tengera muzukuru wangu. Ini chikafu ndinacho, ndinofanira kubika uwo, ndinofanira kutodzidzisa kubika. Tendezi ato ready kundidzidzisa kubika, saka usati wari guru wanga atakasipakwa. Anyway, andichatirwerenga makomenzi, munoverengerwa naSabina makomenzi, andichaverenga makomenzi, andichazipa level iyoyo. I'm organized and structured. Sabina wacho ari kupi? Sabina wacho uri kupi uda kuuya panapa? Izvo haapo Sabina wacho, haapo. Patachera kupera. Sabina wacho ari kupi izvo? Sabina uya toni. Ndakarongeka kamazvona nemastipani. Ndakarongeka zvekutamba. Ndakarongeka. Ndakambokuudza kuti munhu wese kwamawere. Ndokwandiwa kunyorera bhuku rangu inini. Because ndaka-identify one muZimbabwean asiri benzi, ndakamuwana. One, kune one, tine one asiri benzi, ndara wangu mawere. Mutiti ndonyepa. Prove it, go deeper inyepe, spot on. Ndova ndadzima foni, ndonotsvaka basa mangwana, ndonotsvaka basa mangwana. I will never waste my time for nothing. You can't be my mentor. If you know akakubira mari, azviite. At this stage, I know hana chakakubira. So prove me wrong. Sabina we. Usika vatiriri panga. Anodawo zvematoireti iye. Sabina! Sabina wakamuta.
Yo, what's up?
Hey! Mukoma masimba baiwana. Bururu wala panduda kulala. Baiwana. Zimbabwe anaka. Ndechikopeka bhatani. Kambura kunayo. Ndikana ndapinda mugeni mangu. Baiwana. Baita doti.
Takuda kurwa bvuyo.
Seri kwemja baita doti.
Uchara paZimbabwe. Mutundo unorapa.
Ndidoti ndikeke.
Ndidoti.
Kamera benzima.
Reka nditeste.
Kamera nzima. Mira nteste na kutesta. Ndidoti ndikeke.
Vaponeswa.
Ndidoti
ndikeke. Reka nditeste.
Ndidoti ndikapinda inomoka. Ndikapinda ni benzima network manje. Nani manje ndikutesta.
Ndidoti ndikeke for now. Sera nazvo for now.
Mira for now. Saka ndiri para mbora kana ndongoya para kuri kunayaka. Saka mbora kana ndongoya pakakona pana. Ndatonika pakangu. Sandapo. Right? Ndatopo. What do you say?
Mukoma Masimba.
Ah, put say go to fully Sabine on Jita Benzi. When you fraud Rabbi Bassewe. It's a good say about the Zimbabwe. When you put it.
Aiwa handisiri iCovid-19 yakakurambisa basa iwo.
Buru ti spiritual buru. But prophecy is a sport on buru. That's what I'm now. This is my profit.
Saka wazobhilivha kuti ndiwe kawakauraya.
Jini ndakauraya.
Wangosiri kuipika kayo. Manje inzwa. Kupa idea iri kupublisha Mukoma Masimba.
Vanyowana iyo ndiwana shema TV vanyowanika. That's nice. Takangona video vanogona tunogona.
Takabva navo kudhara vapfana ivava. But vakapinzwa patight nenyika.
Ina ndikete majimisi acho.
Vakatakwa manje because pane comment yandakaita vakaitora ivo vakaoneswa moto. But kupa idea iri kupublish about you. A lot of newspapers, my bloggers, they're publishing about you actually. It's really amazing. I think Mukoma Masimba's Wi-Fi is playing up because vanenge vachimbodoja kana vachimboenda kune dzimwe nzvimbo. So I really don't know if you guys can hear me.
Sabina, network iri kunesa ka. Mendisiyaka foni kacho padoo. Inopinda nokugadzira tea yangu. Ndisiyaka foni padoo.
Ndakuudza kuti ndikutumidzire mari ye-unlimited.
Taura ndiri kudzoka. Ndapogadzira tea ndikuya. Taura ndasiyaka foni padoo. Ndikasiya pa newspaper.
Guys, kutaura chokwadi ini ndoziva chokwadi. Humba Makombe, what's up, sister? Listen, I know the truth about Mukoma Masimba. Vane mimi makatotaura kuti Sabina ari kunyepa kuti Taterishas haana kuchekwa. Ndakakuudzai zvinhu izvozvo. Mukataura kuti Sabina ari kunyepa, mukanditema nematombo nezvidhina, but I protected myself. MaZimbabweans, it's time we start accepting the truth. Muna akataura ka? Kana ndichitaura tererai mazwi kuitira mangwana. Okay? Ndikakuudzai kuti Masimba haana mapepa. Mukati uri kunyepa iwe akawanda nemapasta panapa muchaona network ichapva yatanga kushanda. Mapasta pano vakataura kuti Sabina uri kunyepa, vana tendezi vakati aiwa uri kunyepa, Masimba ane mapepa ake. Who is right today? Masimba haana mapepa muAustralia. Taterishas haana kuchekwa pori mpombi yake. Who is right? 2 things, 2-0. Saka inini ndine 2, MaZimbabweans ane 0. Saka muda kutaura kuti Masimba ari kupenga, imi mese muri kupenga secretly. But munotya kutaura zve-immigration. Because kwakuvarungu avo. Mutaura kuti hey, amai Mandela iwo udana nevarungu. Aiwaka, ndakadana nevarungu kuti ndizive kama-secrets ari kuitika. Saka takadzoka nema-secrets acho. Wadzoka Masimba. Ndichingoudza vana kuti ndichavapa rice and chicken.
Sabina, batira kupera Sabina. Ndauti kuti siya phone charger panapa pakashop panapa. Pava nambodzose kudzoka after about 1 hour.
Aiwa, it's cool.
Okay.
All right. Cut it off.
1%.
Do you want me to leave now? Don't play these mind games, Masimba. They don't work with me.
Which mind games, Sabina? Uchaja phone ka Sabina. Katolika ungarapa.
Mukoma Masimba. Ndataura namafira kureva. Are you going to make an appointment with Sisimeli? Listen, mate. Are you going to make an appointment with Sisimeli Boeing 777
No,
na
no, no, no,
sisimeli.
no, no, itawega. No, 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 itawega. Shamari, and deep paper. Pull your
Let me tell you
wagon, pull your
something,
wagon.
Masimba.
Ndara mwera
You
kati
are
pull your wagons.
but
Yes,
you
yeah.
no connect na
And deep
sisimeli.
paper.
We must bring sisimeli kumafira kureva.
Pull your wagon, pull your wagon, bro. In the kati banana. Don't deny you and see. Kati nega banana.
Yeah,
I
I
was
don't like bananas.
I respect you so much, and I cannot be involved. Yes, I don't want to be involved.
Masimba, just be careful to shoot yourself in your own foot. Kanata sarandri palai panapa, trust me, I'll pull it. Be careful to shoot yourself in your own foot.
Right, now when Papa Bangs up in what Tineka banana gang. Papa Banga.
Mukoma Masimba, be
My
careful
Mandela.
to shoot
My Mandela.
yourself in your own foot.
What do I Mandela? Come back on Kanufrika, Kaniman, automatic door.
Nai Masimba. Ka boyfriend kangu keke ka Oswald kari kupiko. Lift in a toilet. Aiwa, what kwanza.
Aiwa, never sort up.
Aiwa, ratidze zvekurasta. Ratidze rasta, man. Aiwa, Masimba, please.
Ndagara pakakona kechimba, ndagara pakakengo. Engo akachina kakachena engo.
Masimba, you must start eating spars. Okay? So that your doti can be nice and long. That doti is not for healthy people. Ndamumirira Masimba, muripo here panapa? Handisi kukuona ika. Because vaMandela vanomborohwa netumwe tumwe 10 rand 12 ngemwana ane 5 years vachitora mafoni avo. Ini handisi kutenga foni, I can afford. But inini ndakazvarwa kunzi foni inofanira kukugwina nemagetsi kudzamara wafenda kuti unotenga nyowani. That's it. Saka zvekutenga foni, ndinenge ndichitengerani foni yacho? Handiti ndinenge ndichitengera imimi. Foni ikafa yafa. Ada kutengera mai Mandela foni kana kuti ada kudhoneta mari yemafoni. Ngaadhonete ega. Ndasara ndiri panapa ndichitaura. Guys, regai ndichitaura hangu chokwadi. Ndanga ndichinamata hangu kuna Mwari kuti ndikuudzei chokwadi. Munoziva mapepa anonzi immigration haaite, guys. I hope kuti muri kundinzwa because ini handisi kuona kuti muri kundinzwa here. But regai ndingotaura zvandoda kutaura. Vana veZimbabwe, we need to stop lying to ourselves. Okay? I think vanhu vari panapa, at least 85% of us hatina mapepa munyika dzatiri kugara. Pane vamwe vanotaura kuti masimba ari kupenga. Pane vamwe vanotema masimba nematombo. But unozvitarisa woti vanhu ava vari kutema masimba nematombo vari kunyanya kureva kuti chii. Vanhu ava vari kuzvitema nematombo. Takapiwa mapepa edzidzo namai Mandela 6 months ago after 21 years. Saka takutaura zvimwe zvinhu zviri very nice. But kuna 2008 tanga titori magorira, madissident, vanhu vaihwandiswa mumaspare room vaya tichirwa hondo yechimurenga. Vanhu vakaseka. Azodai. Okay. 2008. Nhasi zvakwenyuka. Mukoma Masimba vasvika apa. Who are you left to blame, the Zimbabweans? vanhu vanenge vachingosaratika vachingotiza kunge tsukukwiri, asi manga musingaziye kuti kugara munyika dzevarungu idzi, kana utori neganda dema utofanira kutopenga. Munofunga kuti vachapinza masimba mundege? Atange kuvaitira godhi pamundege muBoeing 777. Hatidi vanhu vanoita godhi pamundege kuti isusu tikukwira padenga, hatida vanhu vanotidzikisa. Vanhu vakawanda vaseka this brother of mine. Ini ndarwadziwa ini, because I know the truth. I want to do a live, but when I understand what care work is all about, it's 24/7. I'm not working. Mazimbabweans are kushanda. Saka why can't I take the opportunity to look after Masimba? Saka inini kana zvichikanzura malives angu, then let it be. For as long as inina Masimba, we are moving together. I told you before. Kamfana aka kanonzi Makoma Masimba kanonyepa zvimwe zvinhu, akangobvisa kakunyepa ikako achaona the light. Akaramba ane kakunyepa aka kahonye aka, in Mukoma Masimba's words, tikuda kukatumbura kahonyeka. Taura nyaya yako sezvairi iwewe. Sei uri kupenga? Uri kupengeswa nei? Uri kupengeswa nani? Taura sezvazviri. Immigration is real. Depression iri nani. Vanhu vanotaura kuti depression is real ka. But immigration is real. Unoseka unoita kunge wakapfekerwa karoketi so kumukosho. Unoziva karoketi kaka aite machi. Iwo ndiwo uri kufila the burning of the rocket. Vose havasi kutombofila unless it's their turn. It's like modern slavery. Very painful. Very, very humiliating. Disgusting. And those who are in higher positions will never ever understand your plight. But their children or their children's children can laugh and say, ona benziro kuAustralia, soka kumusha. Ona uyo akatorerwa vana. Really? You're so used that when we fight a war, tofana kuunza pfuti. Kwakatanga izwi. I believe South Africa, Nelson Mandela, fought a war with just words, not gunfight. Vanoseka Mukoma Masimba. The ones who are most infected with this disease. Weed is more than coronavirus. Most of the people vanoseka Mukoma Masimba are more infected with this disease called immigration more than coronavirus. I can actually name them. Do you want me to name them? will never see nothing. Now, you know, those who don't want unity in the Zimbabwean community are the enemies. That's it. That is it. And Sisimeli wants unity in the Zimbabwean community. Fair play to you, Meli. Big up to you for somebody who's in Zimbabwe. Why don't go loveness? Why does Coco Loveness not want unity? Let me not bend my own because I love you. Vanhu veukama unozotanga kucomplaina kakuti tazopiswa, but vanhu vakawanda vasingade unity pane zvinhu zvavakawandisa, and this is not the time yekuwandisa zvinhu. Masimba tried so hard kuwandisa zvinhu. The plight of a Zimbabwean, the deep suffering of a Zimbabwean, which nobody will understand, not even me. Masimba asarudza kupenga zvake kuti mapepa ake zvimubatsire, asi isusu tiri kumuseka kuti ari kupenga. Akawana mapepa ake. I'm sorry, Masimba, mapepa ake uchawana after at least 10 years. I'm so sorry, Masimba. I love you so much, but ndizvo zvazviri. We should be focusing on Zimbabwean life matters. Ndinorwadziwa ndichiona chi-ex-boyfriend changu chichihopewo ching'ono chichi-ignore my brother Mukoma Masimba. Go fuck yourselves. Go in your fridge, look for a cucumber. If you can't find a cucumber, get a carrot, sit on it and fuck your asshole, because you're not fit enough to be a man, you fucking dickhead. Hashtag Zimbabwean life matters. Go and fuck yourselves. Zimbabwean life matters. Really? When Mukoma Masimba, our brother, is struggling in the streets of Australia, and not even one person can pick it up. No, man. Immigration inenge rocket kumkosho. Go blast us so and you fly straight away to heaven. How many Zimbabweans have experienced the wrath, the long arm, not even the long arm, the short arm which immigration has, and rightfully so, because we've got policies in Zimbabwe, but this is where we are as Zimbabweans. But we want to act as if there's nothing happening. But there's actually something happening. Listen, I can talk the way I talk because I can talk the way I talk because I've been through that. When I get to Sisimeli, who I love so much, they're at least 15 to 20 years away from me. Masimba is at least 5 to 10 years away from me. Olinda, Atori, at least 1 year ahead of me in terms of livelihood, my levels. Ekugara kwevanhu. Iwo Masimba coward. Busy. Kumanya hanzi vanonzani kwavo sekuru bhanda vemakudo. You're coward because you lick ass. Whose ass do you lick? Iwo Masimba. Whose ass do you really lick? You lick white people's ass. Okay? Because hautaure sezvazviri. Kuti masanctions aya ati gura kudorira. Masanctions. Can you go to the Australian embassy, you fucking stupid idiot? American embassy, unovaudza kuti please remove the sanctions. Can you? Go and fuck yourself, iwe Masimba. Ena unotsvaga cucumber, utsvage, ukashaya cucumber, tsvaga carrot, uzvikwire kumukosho. Because today I will strip you off from being a man. Why are you against your own African people? Forget about Africa. Why are you against your own brother and sister, Zimbabwean, Sisi Tilda? And you, Pesanisa, your Machende, walking to the police, walking to the immigration to report your own sister who can actually hardly walk according to my visual assessment as a personal trainer. How evil are you? This is the time we call you a dickhead. Musoro wempo. Exactly. But you can't approach the real men standing. Uyo! Akupama sanctions. If it wasn't for sanctions, Zimbabwe wouldn't really be suffering. Sanctions are a mother of corruption. My name is Mkoma Masimba. I need to lick Australian ass and sell my own country. But you're not going deeper for sanctions. Why? Why are you not going deeper? The only person who went deeper but couldn't implement it because akakopera was that other guy called Rutende in South Africa. I sold it to him, but akakurumidza kukopera in 2012. Akamhanya nezvemasanctions. Iwewe, William Chinyanga, let me call your name. Brother, musaita kunge zvinonzi hatisi kukuona zvamuri kuita izvi. And I love you because you're my mother. But behave like a mother, iwe William Chinyanga. Ndiani mumwe uyu wekusaroora uyu? Bamudiki Ruwisi. Tanga tinavo Bamudiki Ruwisi mufamily medu. Vainzi Baba Nobody. Baba Nobody ndianiko? Baba Nobody ndiSimba Chikanza. Ane machende aya machende akotoni kana kuti machende ametal. Machende akotoni kuma Africans, kuma Abantu. But aiwa machende esteel, machende esimbi kune ma-Africans. asingatarise zuva but vanotarisa pasi. Asi machende asimba chikanza ndeecotton wool muno muEngland. Makambomunzwa simba chikanza achitaura about sanctions. Why can't we just dish out zviri fair? Iwewe kasadza kako aka netuguru twakwetu handiti kana uda mufushu kana uchida inonzi chikwe I've forgotten majuru nekasadza kako. Why can't we dish out zviri fair? When was the last time you had? Ndianiko?
Mr. Mawere.
Mr. Mawere voice roro rinotengwa maniwe. Nandichiziva kuti chadzoka ndikatoka ndinasotaura shit to the west because
ndakara pachitaura ka ndakusiyana kuedhera Mason.
Mason ane BP.
Ausogona kuedha wani here Sabina.
Aiwa ndefoni wamba Mandela watora foni yawo.
Aiyo istream yadika inokudzisa kuedha munhu zvoni ndokufundisa bana. Wona kapana.
Aiwa ndatoita zvaitaurira sambasa nazvo kuti ndikutaura ndega kana ndikutaura nemunhu ndichingotaura. Sei vana Mason vasiri kuenda kumasanctions muda kuuya panapa muchida kutiudza kuti mafilosofi twenyu
muri kutsvagira sinyoro ari pere sinyoro.
Sinyoro kwangu fanira kufamba nehoshwa.
Anotenderera agopoterera agotaura nyaya dzekuti he muhowe mune mvura akoma taurai point yenyu sinyoro.
Sewe ona wakasvika pakudya madhodhi instead yekutaurira Zimbabwean government kuti guys ndatambura ini ndonzi Masimba sekuru aMandela sekuru vevanhu vese ndatambura neimmigration ndakaubata kaiwo kuti iwo immigration yako haina kumira zvakanaka ndikunyepere Masimba.
Asi ndega takawanda shamari.
Aiwa don't say we say I. Handina kukubata here iwe.
Frankie.
Yeah.
Talk to Sabina. Sabina.
Sorry?
What, Frankie? I'm home now. But I'm going to sleep in the city.
You're back in the city?
I'm near Melbourne Central.
Are you back in the city?
Yeah, I'm in the city now.
Sorry?
Yes, I'm in the city.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Frank.
Kuna cha Frank cha hasuzbiziko.
Yes, I Frankie shamwari yako shamwari. Zimbabweans have just learned there are other people vanokutora pama steps. Ukunzwa Masimba. You are not less of a man anyway. Uri kutosafira zvinhu zvausingaziye immigration. Problem yako ndeyekuti wakanyara.
Sabina untaurisa wewe.
Wakanyara. But isu semaprofita akatozviziva because takafamba nzira iyoyo. Unoziva pa wakadzingwa mutraki yako ye ndakatumidzira imwe gangster ye atataura yeye kuti musaiko kusiya ye kwedu. Handiti ndikadana kubvunza kuti sei Masimba usiri kushanda mutraki ndipo pawakazotaura kuti wadzingwa basa ndindakakubata.
Aiwa. Ndinakakutaurira.
Saka inini I believe kuti iwo Masimba kazvinonzi gudo guru peta muswe kuti vadiki vakutye. I strongly believe kuti iwo you googled me and you found my way andakaita mapepa of waikopera. Please, I'll give you this opportunity to explain yourself.
Anditaure nyaya dzangu panapa Sabina, handiti kuenda view newe shabari. Leo uzotandara newe panapa, okay?
Hatisi kutandara because kuna sisi iwo hauna kunzwa kuti sisi tiri davari vaina hospital. Hausi kuzviziya?
Newe panapa, okay?
Hausiziya? Because kuna sisi iwo hauna kunzwa kuti sisi tiri davari vaina hospital.
Sabina taura neconversation hazi taura nyaya dzababa munirwizi wana wakakumirira unotara nyaya dzakawandisa.
Hausi kuzviziya zviri kuitika paground Masimba.
Sabina kumbosiya foni nguchaja kana ndatsvaka mufana Mason manje asi kubatika.
Vana Mason mass Leviat members. ndimboshanda munyika isiri yangu ndikutokuudza Masimba. I'll tell you the truth.
ndikutukana divine mafasha mananzi delete the video amena ndikutukwa apa
Delete video because ndataura shit and ukaidelete ka mfana iwo ndichakubata. That's it. Iwo mfana iwo ka you are a
una message
victim of
abona divine
Zimbabwe.
mafasha sabina message ya divine ndima mtamba ne msikalo wachika papena chipo pepe message ranyora iro
Iwe anzi
uchasungwa ndikupostera iyo
ndiani anosungwa? Anofungwa kuti majera akacreaterwa mombere. Saka tina basa nekusungwa isi totoziva kuti tiri kutoinvesta mumapurisa. The more yaunosungwa mapurisa will love you.
werenga message sabina kanzichii
Handina kana imwe foni iwe wauda kuburitsawo futi urombo hwangu. Handina imwe foni iwe. Vamandela vatora foni yavo. Handisi kuona macomments ndachingolecture mulecture room. Kusungwa neiko. Don't iwewe kana ndiwe futi iwewe uri kuencourage zvivana divine izvozvo izvi kuti zvide kuti chichidzira kuti togoda kusungwa. We don't give a shit about kusungwa. That's one thing I'll tell you. Muda kuti chichidzira neimmigration zvawaita kwatilda izvi ndoziviya kuti hauna kuenda kuimmigration iwewe. I know. But vanhu vanoenda kuimmigration they're idiots. Vanhu vanoenda kumapurisa they're idiots.
Abina Mason auya untaurisa ndikana Mason hebi
Hi Mason anondityisa. Hey brother Mason, how are you?
Hello, my sister Sabina. How are you doing, my love? You alright?
Yes. Ko iwe uri kusiya Masimba achienda kuimmigration nemapurisa because of Tilda. Who are you iwe munhu iwe?
Indakangozvimirira. Muri right here mukoma Masimba.
Aiwa ka answer the question usajambe uko.
Aiwa, inini angu ndakangozvimirira, my sister. You know that inini I always stand up for my own 2 feet and I stand for myself. Saka, there's a couple of things, Ramataura sister, that I want to address you and I want to do a one-to-one with you.
Please go ahead.
Mativa na Mason, I don't know how many Masons do you know? Martinema philosophy apana zvavanita for my sanctions, and that's number one. Number two,
is that not true? Are you not a coward iwe? Hausi coward iwe? Kutya varungu ndosaka mune zvima accent zvenyu zviri confusing. Vana Mason rega ndikuudze iwe. Vana Mason kutaura kuti ndotokurespecta, kutaura kuti Mr. Mason in case you forgot your African heritage. And I'm right, you're a coward. Uri kutya America.
Okay.
Go ahead. Sorry, my brother. Nasi Friday tiri kunwa wemahara.
No, that's fine. Dosaka nasi ndirakurota go deeper name nasi because I've got time as well. Saka.
Just be careful what you wish for. It could be your Baptist day.
Uda nini kana Sabina? Uda nani?
Iwe, Mason, tell them, Mason, tell them. Who is your promoter? Who is your promoter? Who promoted you, Mason? Could you panyika pese Zimbabwe?
Right. I want to have a one-to-one with my sister Sabina Mukoma Masimba Nas.
Who promoted you? Tell them, Mason.
Oh yeah, me and you we go way back. It was
don't say me and you. Who promoted you? Kukisa pa main platform. When people stuffed your bronchata, your brain. Who promoted you?
Well, it was you because I reached out to you. Yes, it was you.
No, you didn't reach out to me. I discovered you. And where were you not a Go Deeper member for a long time before I discovered you? Tell him.
Very, very long time. You knew me for before even Mukoma Masimba Vandiziva, you knew me very.
Ndakakuziya through Mukoma Masimba, and I thought you were a rough diamond which needed to be polished. Saka I introduced you kuna journalist wedu. That's how you actually became Mason. And Mason is a brand name. Saka chingoudza Masimba kuti akarasa mawe ma rough diamond 0.777 akaanhonga, and that is you. I met you through Masimba, but he doesn't know that.
Well, that's okay. Well, you said it. There you go. There you have it. Now he knows. Now
Thank you.
vakuziva.
Chandisina kufara newe Mason ndechekuti journalist wedu aitora mavhidhiyo edu achiti promota atina kureturn the favor. I made it clear to you. Share everything he produces. But you didn't do that, my brother. From there, I disrespected you because we work for Zimbabwe. And then you showed me that you're a one-man person. This is why I removed you as an admin.
Okay. Right. Okay. So
Sorry,
ngatimbotanga
Mason.
no paribo nhasi ndakubatai checha zvokuti tichanatso kutaura zviri right direct nhasi. Okay, right. Point number 1, Mati, vana Mason hapana zvavanorepresent, havasi varume nemaphilosophy avo. They don't go and demonstrate for sanctions. What do you know about sanctions?
I know that sanctions are the mother of all corruption.
Okay, and how does a company get a sanction?
Listen, you can produce legit documents, you can produce fake documents, but it's up to the people to understand what's going on.
Right, my sister, with all due respect, I'm going to answer question that what do you know about sanctions?
I said it's the mother of all corruption. So it means that if Zimbabwe is under sanction, it can't trade with this country, it can't trade with this country, so it's starving its own people.
And who imposes a sanction on another country?
Varungu.
Who is Varungu?
What do you think?
Well, you tell me. You said the word Varungu. Saka, who is Varungu?
The ones who impose sanctions. It could be the UN, America.
The UN or America?
Mm-hmm.
And why would the UN or America impose a sanction on a country called Zimbabwe, which is in Africa?
It's the same as saying, why would they take my children? Because I've got freedom of speech and I'm claiming what belongs to me. All right?
Okay. Right. I'm going to lay down a few facts, okay? A sanction, kuti nyika izonzi yasanctionwa, is simply because haisi kubvumidzwa kutrade on an international trade. That's what it means.
Thank you very much. If you look at it here, when it comes to sanctions here, how many people were sanctioned? Over a million, millions of people. There are at least 25 people sanctioned. Over at least 16 million people suffering because of 16 people. Come on!
Saka, if can a country ikanzi haikwanisi kuita trading on an international trade, and kune a few individuals vakadesignate kuti ava vakava, these people, for example, their assets in a foreign country are frozen, or they can't go outside the country. Right, and that's exactly what happened with Zimbabwe.
So
and
why can't they sanction? Listen, why can't they sanction the 16 people than the 16 million people? That is my question to you, and please answer it direct. Why can't they sanction the 16 people rather than the 16 million people?
Right. The reason why they sanctioned, and they, when you say they, we are talking about the IMF, we are talking about the World Banks, we are talking about the international organizations, like correctly as they said, the United Nations. Yeah.
Thank you.
And the reason why they did that, they could see there's a few individuals, very much current government, and because they've abused the human rights. And they kind of abuse my human rights because every single person is.
Let me stop you there.
Yeah.
Was Rhodesia sanctioned for apartheid?
I don't know.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's the honest answer. I do not know.
Go ahead.
Yes. So yes, there are few individuals who had been sanctioned. They've been their movements have been restricted, and one of the conditions of a sanction, they could see as the country as Zimbabwe can't do international trade. That's why our imports and exports and our GDP is not very good. It's not in a healthy situation at the moment. Even our foreign currency, we can't export a lot because we do not have trading partners with other countries outside the country. As you know, we used to be the biggest exporter of tobacco. We used to be the biggest exporter of even horticulture.
Is it because of the 16 million people, or it's because of the few individuals?
Very good question. It's because of the few individuals.
So why are we as Zimbabweans, including you, Mason, including Masimba and me, why are we suffering for at least 20 individuals, yet we are 16 million? Who are they actually targeting? The 20 people who are actually rich, or the 16 million who are us?
Very good question. Now, this is a question that you're gonna have to present to your brothers and sisters. And when I say brothers and sisters, I'm talking about our Zimbabwean people. Kuta, how is it that the few, only the very few, are the ones who are putting us at ransom, and we are not doing anything about it?
Excuse me, Mr. Sabina guys, ndikuchaja phone zvekubiridzira ka. Saka chaita drop out inini handika. Asi muchakaramba mchikontinya mimi, remember tiri pa TV. Mason, do you know how to aid people, Mason?
No, I don't know, Mkoma Masimba.
Okay,
Can I please try to help you na Sabina Murichu?
Mkoma Masimba, before you go, Mkoma Masimba, I've never heard you protesting about sanctions. Why is that so? This is a direct question to you.
Because you don't listen to me. You feel like if you listen to me, I'm the only one who's protesting about all these things. This BhukuReBenzi is
Mkoma Masimba,
I'm writing a book. I'm protesting with a book.
I love you, and I've run out of patience, right? Why is it that I see you going to immigration for Tatilicious? I see you going to immigration for Tilda. I see you going to police for Tilda. I see you going to police for Tatilicious. But you don't go to police for sanctions, and you don't go to immigration for sanctions. Please tell me, why is that so?
I can tell you, I can answer you, but I'm not interrupt. So I don't talk now, not interrupt.
Go ahead.
Number one. Okay. What is a sanction? Number two, why? Number three, how? Right? Once you focus on that, when you focus on the question, what is a sanction? Okay, you start to understand what is a sanction. You think a sanction is America saying Mugabe also Yoko America. That's a sanction for Mugabe. What is the sanction for you, Sabina?
I think Mason has explained it very well.
Look what you think, your opinion, you see?
Mukoma Masimba, the questions that you've just presented, can you answer them yourself, sir?
Okay, I like to talk about things that affect me. Those are my sanctions. Okay, that is my definition of a sanction. Rebens, okay? I don't know about the dictionary definition. Mugabe akaenda ku America, Zimbabwe akasapiwa mali, it doesn't affect me. Right? What affects me is banda. That's what affects me. Then
please stop lying, mate. Please, I beg you. Let me just respect you for the next 10 seconds, because I'll lose my respect if you carry on lying.
I told you that I can interrupt, and I told you that.
The floor is yours, Mukoma Masimba. Go ahead, please, sir.
While I'm in life, I have learned. I unlearn and I'm learning, okay? At this stage, a sanction which affects me directly, that's a sanction to me, because I have to solve it. An America asangwe. The president asangwe. It's out of my
Okay,
capacity.
do you think sanctions are affecting you right now, Mukoma Masimba?
Don't look at them. Develop fully buchaja.
No, answer the
No, no,
question
no,
like you charge the
no,
phone,
no,
right? Do
no.
you think sanctions are affecting you right now as a Zimbabwean citizen?
They are.
And what does that have to do with you?
The questions have been please. In addition, ones have been okay. Very slow.
Please don't brainwash me, okay? I've just asked you a question. Do you think sanctions have put you in your predicament, in your plight right now? Do you think they've contributed to your misery that you end up eating madodi? Batiza Mason.
What is Vainda?
Mhm.
Imimi munozivana na Mukoma Masimba anyway. I'm sure you're gonna come back and answer all of your
No, to
questions.
say that it knows Diana Namkoma Simbaka is running away from the topic.
Mm-hmm.
Iwewe, Brother Mason, do you think sanctions have affected you in a way as being a Zimbabwean?
Oh yes, 100%, 100%. Nekuti, even though the sanctions themselves, ndakuzai a definition of sanction nekuti we are restricted our trade, and that means the things that we are producing, we can't sell them to anybody out there. Ndakuzai kuti we used to be the biggest exporter of tobacco, and we used to be big on horticulture. Saka even maruva yaya ta exporter jawe. And I think it was Brazil, then us, when it comes to tobacco, the biggest exporters and producers. And at the moment, we can't sell anything, and we can't. That affects our currency. That's why our currency loses value because we can't buy, we can't sell anything, and our GDP, which is a gross domestic product. Um, we are not importing, we are not getting any foreign currency coming in. So there's not too much business going on at the moment in Zimbabwe. Saka, yes, individually, myself, ndiri kunoku, ku UK kunoku, given the two options, if my country was well run, if my country didn't have no sanctions, if my country was had job opportunities at the moment, there's a 99% unemployment. And
Yes, but should you suffer? Should you suffer for the 20 people who are under sanctions for you not to get job opportunities and punish 16 million people?
right, ndo point yamataure from the get-go yekutanga kuti why should 16 million people suffer for only a handful of people? Saka, this is a question that we need. When I say we, I'm talking me and you. Kuti, we need to present this question, Kunechi, the general populace. Kuti, why are we letting this happening? Yet, in Zimbabwe, we know Gucci is about 60 million people, and from last statistical research, the 5 million are actually abroad. Saka Zimbabwe technically has got 10 million people, 5 million are abroad. Saka we are all in diaspora, and if things keep on carry on like this, we're gonna be left with only a few people in Zimbabwe and a lot of people in diaspora. Saka.
But can you also understand that me, as a resident of England or America or Canada, I cannot go against their jurisdiction or whatever sanction they put upon Zimbabwe in case or I fear for my own status? Can you see why I might not go for the American sanctions, the Britain who collaborated it, the UN, because I fear for my own status in the first world country. But the truth is, they're actually stepping us on the throat. Like George Floyd said, I can't breathe. Why is that Hopo Chingon is not approaching sanctions? Why is that Hopo Chingono is so much fixated or focused on the 20 corrupt politicians but he is not focused on the 16 million population who are starving to death, and that includes me and you.
Very good question. Very good question.
Is it because tinotya shamu? Because amugabe vakatirova neshamu, ende isusu maZimbabweans tarohwa neshamu, but Mason, Sabina, and Mukoma Masimba, who most of the time I want to call Mandela after my son. I don't know why. Even Baba Mandela, he says Mukoma Masimba Mandela, and then I say it's Mukoma Masimba. Why,
right. Okay.
Go ahead.
Yes. Anditi, in a way, my answer question yenyu, with all due respect, my sister Sabina, because Mati Mimi, Vana Mason, nema philosophy avo, havainde kunoda ma demonstrate ma sanctions, havaiti chi, havasi varume. Then imimi mukati inini because of my fear of my status, I can't do anything about my sanctions.
No,
Saka,
I didn't say me. I said our fear of our status. Don't forget, I am more like an outlaw. I was given my residence permit in the UK, putting in consideration that I am an outlaw. So I was talking for the Zimbabwean people, not myself.
okay, so basically we've just identified what is a sanction and how it comes about, and
Please
obviously
explain to us, Brother Mason, what is a sanction?
okay, ndidzokoreza futi.
Yes, my brother, and it's for important viewership.
Okay, basically, when a country is said it's a sanctioned, it's called we are venturing into international law, right? Saka zvinoitika ndezvekuti kune jurisdictions ema international laws, and I think your brother Mufuzi, if he was here, you'll probably say the same thing. Ndekuti can a country abuse its own people, like my human rights, avapiwe opportunity to do trading, and the perpetrators vanenge vachikoza izvozvo vanenge vanopiwa ma-individual sanctions ekuti they can't, their foreign accounts are frozen, or they can't go, they haven't got the liberty of going to different countries.
Okay, with Zimbabwe, yeah, were they given individual sanctions, or were they given national sanctions, or were they given national and individual sanctions?
Excellent. The third point you just said there, it was both.
Okay, go ahead, brother.
Yeah. So I can't give you the full names who are on the sanction list, but it's a public record. Anybody who's interested, you can go and do your Googles. So there are some individuals.
Okay, when you say that you can't give me the names of the people on the sanction list here, I'm going to ask you a question as a person who is actually above my level when it comes to intellect, because it is what it is, okay? Okay, let's leave it. Carry on.
Okay. First of all, please do not say that I am above your intellect, because inini I'm just to represent myself, and in Dogara Chitaura I've never been to a university. I do not have any degree. Sakashi and Dinakana, I don't have any educational accolades to call myself an intellect. I'm just a Zimbabwean citizen. Right. And the second thing, de Kuti, saka kana country yais all these the perpetrators of human rights abuse saka zvavanoitwa ndezvekuti vanoiswa palist, and the country itself haizopiwa opportunity yekuita sei yekuita trading, and because of that zvino affect the general populace, the 60 million vamataura vave, me and you.
Okay, so Brother Mason, do you think it's fair that the 20 people were supposed to be given sanctions, and the Zimbabwean popularity are actually scared of the 20 people, that the 16 million people should suffer over the 20 people's faults? Because these 20 people have so much.
Rasta Zimbabwe Magadi Rasta.
Trepa
If
Magadi
you
and
catch me,
Maneshamor.
Masimba, if you catch me one more time on your lives, I'll never come to your lives again.
Nison Rasta na signore ende pakamera mro warumi ende pakamera okomana vanhu vakamira kukone mro warumi poinde nyuga yebude munhu ari pakamera Rasta ende pakamera
kamera yangu inowanika
Tumachira. Samwe tumachira ka.
okay don't worry can
Matabata machira.
Mukoma Masimba, do not worry about the messenger. Worry about the message. It's the message that's important. Sagachi, could it turn face your Rasta? Could it turn face your sister Sabina? Kanaya Senior, it does not matter. It's the message that matters.
Brother Mason, please, if we can carry on from our conversation. We are going to mute up, but please carry on from where I left. I think it's fair. Kuti van 20 vanofanira kupiwa ma-sanctions, van 16 million, they're suffering for it. Please.
Okay.
Please.
Very good question.
Please.
Very good question, my sister Sabina. I'm going to answer you. First of all, thank you to the panel. Vawia Rasta Senior, we can see you. Thank you very much for coming over. To answer your question, Sister Sabina, it's totally unfair that only a few individuals could be responsible of the suffering of the masses. Nekuti even my sanctions akaiswa ekutichi, these individuals that can't go abroad or their accounts are frozen, it does not stop them kuti vajge sadza, vajge a 3-course meal. Do you know what I mean? On a daily basis. Saka, it is the masses, because my sanctions of it does not even touch them, none whatsoever.
So do you think it's fair that Masimba should go to the immigration in Australia and go to the police instead of going to the American embassy and say, remove sanctions? Please reply me, brother Jason.
Well, I can't speak on behalf of Mukoma Masimba's likes, dislikes, and his goals. I mean, that's okay. And maybe the question you should be probably asking, should we be prioritizing on the important matters that affects the masses? And if it was going to be your question, I'll tell you yes. We really need to address this thing, the actions of the few which is affecting the masses, and we are not doing anything about it. So this is the thing that we need to have a dialogue about on a public platform like this, and with people like yourself and Nana Rasta, Nana Signoro, Nana Mukoma Masimba.
We are doing it right now.
Well, okay.
WhatsApp yako Sabina.
What is?
Check your WhatsApp.
No, I can't because my phone is broken. But I'm until I have to phone now and it's taken away with the dogs. Listen, mate, if you want to go. It's up to you. But just understand where you need to focus on sanctions than to go against Tilda, because Tilda is one of you. Like always a bacon in a frying pan. They love each other. Don't do that to your own sister. Focus.
Okay. It's why this is Brother Mason speaking. Listen, since we
inbox me, I want to give you a link.
Since the Tinevan Wakawanda Kunoko Sakachi, let's have a little protocol. Chimbo Mira Signoro, let's have a few rules and regulations of the dialogue of this platform. We're going to give each and every single panel who is here a chance to talk. And if you can make it short and brief and it's straight to the point, then more patchy, more per microphone.
So since Mukoma Masimba is going, can you kindly be the mediator, be the chairman, Iwo Mason? Taneta.
Okay, thank you very much, my sister Sabina. I will do that. Yeah. So yeah, welcome Rasta, and welcome Signoro. And ameno kana manga mchinzi wa conversation yangashitaurwa. Please Rasta, can you chip in and say whatever you want to say, please?
Hello, can you hear me? Oh, tikunzwanana here. Hello,
Loud and clear.
ndiri clear here.
We can hear you, brother. Go ahead.
Thanks. Mike yangu inombotamba tamba. Inini ndanga ndichinzwa zvakataura sister nemubvunzo yavabvunza Blama Simba kuti iwe unoenda kuimmigration uchida kunochomba umwe wako pane kunobvisisa masanction ari kuafekta nyika sei. Saka question iyoyo yandirova kumwoyo ndikafungawo inini pachirasta zvangu inini ndakauya kuno kostera ndiri mupfana. Ndakauya kuno ndiri mupfana ndakatamba nemajamaican marasta. Mugabe achiri president kuZimbabwe, Mazimba mamwe achatiza achiuya kunoko achiti zvinhu zvapresa. Majamaican aifarira Mugabe ese andikaona nemama African kunze kwemaZimbabwean. Saka ndakatanga kudzidziswa another way of seeing things apart from just thinking locally like a Zimbabwean and start to think on a global scale. So Mugabe ndega anotaura on behalf of Africans. Okay, it might not be the best thing for Zimbabwe, but it's the best thing for Africa. Ndakudzwa nevanhu vekuuganda vakapfuura nekuzimbabwe vari marefugee nevekusudan nevekunyika dzakawanda rwanzi zimbabwe yakatichengeta nyika yayo isusu nekucongo takufa. Saka ini ndakatanga kuzodzidza zvinhu izvi kubva kuna vanhu vasiri mazimbabwean of the great things that Zimbabwe has done for Africa and how much Africans appreciate Zimbabwe. Saka mhana zinoti back home pane masanction ari kuitika kune zvinhu zvakadai so. Saka masanction aya anoitirwa kuti imimi muende against maleaders enyu. That's the whole point. Kusa masanctions anounzwa newest kuti kupressurize vanhu kuti muende mastreets munodemonstrate. But however manje vanhu vanokutungamirira kuti muende kumademonstration they normally don't get affected. Vanenge vachinoti munonetsana nemasoja morohwa.
Rasta, please,
let me just finish off my sister.
I love you so much and I'm not gonna.
Let me just finish off my sister. Please, I'm just saying that.
Same sanctions for 2 years and test us.
Thank you.
Sorry,
let's ask
ahead.
That one ari kuwest isusu kuti bvisai masanction kumusha timbotry kuzvisolva zvinhu zvedu tega semazimbabweans. Nyaya yedu it's an in-house situation. We don't need interference from outsiders. It's a family affairs. MDC neZANU-PF vanhu vakabva mumwe chete. They can talk together. Mane blood brothers kuti mwe ndeweZANU umwe blood brother ndewe-MDC. That's a common scenario in Zimbabwe, right? So having said that, we should not be the people who always cry out to the West on issues we can resolve on our own. Kunetsana kwedu ndo excuse kuti pama sanction. Kunetsana kwedu ndo excuse yawo. That's how I see it personally.
No, thank you very much, Rasta. Yeah, thank you very much for your colorful input there. And nichadzoka kwa Muri, and we're gonna ask you. We're gonna present the same question. Kuna Uncle Signoro. Please go ahead, sir.
Because I think your assumption is I know what's taking place. I've just been invited.
Right. Saka musikuziva kuti zviye zvatiri kutaura panapa, Signoro.
We are just repeating yes the same thing. I think my sanctions, someone cannot go immigration, get someone deported in big issues. But ndaida kuti ndisaite mahuanzira ndangonzi ndiuye kuno ndimhanye kuno kune nyaya yaitika. What is the summary of the story so that I respond correctly? Or maybe make life easy for everyone.
Through our conversation, there's a topic that came ahead, Yema sanctions. Yakuti, why is it there's about 16 million people in Zimbabwe who are suffering because of the sanctions? And then I was Sister Sabina, if she knew what a sanction is, and we came up with a clarification with the sanction is and we identified Kudishi, a country when it's sanctioned by international trade and international law, I to trade on an international level. And on top of that, there will be a few individuals vanenge vakati vakaiswa restrictions on their personal movement and their liberties. So the question
I'm
yanga iripo
clapping hands. I'm clapping
Okay.
hands. Go ahead.
Can I maybe save you? Let me just take it up correctly in Garasika from what Rasta was saying. First and foremost, let me say something very profound. Nyaya iri kuitika kuZimbabwe is not what we are seeing. Hakuna masanctions tingati ari kwasa hapo. Our presidents, not only Zimbabwe, African presidents, they are whining and dining at night with these same people who are coming with these rhetorics, they were sanctions.
Uko kunyepa. Inini ndakatochwa nevarungu. Mabhoyi asingaziye. That's it. Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, Sister Sabina. Just let Uncle Senior Rovambo Taure. It's his chance to talk, please.
Sorry, Chairman. But I'm saying it as it is. Ndakatochwa nevarungu. Mabhoyi asingaziye.
Munhu umwe ane zvakaitwa nevarungu. Inini I'm a victim and survivor of a system yangu government, the system America. I'm fighting both systems at the same time at the moment. So tikateererana tinonzwanana where I'm coming from. I'm trying to pick one point yataurwa panapa. We've got to get up, stand up, and fight for our rights. Kana tateerera album ya Bob Marley, we need to start there. I repeat, we need to get up, stand up. They don't care about us. You are 100% Sabina, I'm 100%, but at the end of the day, the common denominator is what is happening. They're exploiting us and they're selling our heritage.
Okay, thank you, thank you, Signoro. Ameno kana manzwa remark ya taurwa na Rasta, because tina Rasta vari panapa. And to give you a quick summary of Rasta's point, vati zvema sanctions ezvikaizve vatorwa varikuya kuti say they're minding, they're putting their noses in our house and our business. Saka can't they just stay away from our day-to-day business and zvatinoita then just say tombogadzira zvedu nyika yedu tiri tega. And ndo point yanga itaurwa naRasta. But thank you very much, and now I'm gonna give
no
the
way
floor.
we can fix our country without international trade.
Lately, I've been putting my posters. Britain and America, we need apologies from you. You
Okay.
bootlickers, my president, Edu. I'm alluding to what Rasta is saying. It's an open secret what Rasta was saying. And it monument. I know what I'm talking about. I'm a victim and survivor. America cannot tell me their human rights. America cannot tell me there's anything called justice because they are not dealing with my case right now. America and Britain, hold on. America and Britain right now, Nangagwa is favoring.
Right, I think Uncle Signor dropped off there. Ndofunga if there's a problem with his network. Yes, so yeah, you're breaking up, say you're coming on and off. Saka, what we're gonna do is takupo with chance here, their turn to talk. Saka, yes, go ahead, Sister Sabina. Mazgozwa tarwa na Uncle Signor. Mazgozwa tarwa na Rasta. Rasta varukuti. You know what? Leave our country alone. Let's mind our business. Let's do our thing. Why would you wanna poke your nose in our business, right? So, but the somebody might come with a rebuttal. We live in a global state and it's a global economy, so every country they are trading with each other. Saka imimi, if you are abusing vanavako, mumbamako, and we've got the international eyes, the United Nations, or all these international organizations, you are abusing human rights. Because of that, Taku punish. But yeah, go ahead, Sister Sabina, and do your rebuttal.
Yeah, thank you very much. Why is it that and I feel they did actually. Why is it that they never put sanctions on Rhodesia because of apartheid? Why didn't they put sanctions on South Africa because of apartheid? The only person who cares about Zimbabwe will fight against sanctions. Not MDC, not ZANU-PF. The only real person who
Thank
cares
you.
about Zimbabwe will
Yes.
walk to the embassy of America and say, those sanctions are only for 20 people. Can you keep it to 20 people than to 16 million people? My question
Thank
to
you.
you, can Mukoma Masimba do that?
Yes. Good question,
No,
sister.
he can't.
We will ask him too. We'll
No,
ask him.
please,
Thank
this
you.
is my
Good question.
opportunity to speak.
Why not?
Mukoma
Thank you.
Masimba can't do that because he wants his immigration sorted. So for your immigration to be sorted, you must be against your own country. And I can name a few journalists or journalists on this Zimbabwean platform.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Sister Sabina. Yes, Rasta, you were waiting and listening patiently. Thank you very much for your
Yes.
thank you very much for your discipline.
Yes.
Manzosha Taura na Uncle Signor Mukanzga,
Mhm.
what Sister Sabina said. Have you
Yes.
got have you got anything to add on, to subtract, or to
Yes. Yes.
yeah? Go ahead, sir.
Ndateerera zvamataura nemiwo futi ndikateerera mese zvamataura. So what I have concluded ndezvekuti izvo isusu ngatimboconcentrata nekubvisa masanction tisatambofunga zvekuti ari pachigaro ndiani panguva ino muzimbabwe uye zvachazopinda ndiani. Nyaya yemasanction nyika America hapana noipa masanction, but they've got more moderate than Zimbabwe. They are ill-treating human rights kupfuura zvakaitwa naIan Smith naMugabe kana chero zvichakwanisa kuitwa naED or whoever. America inobhelera mahuman rights, vanotema vari kuurayiwa everyday, vari kudzipwa kupfuura chero kuZimbabwe at its worst. Zimbabwe at its worst is better than America at its best when it comes to murder rate, kana South Africa, kana Jamaica, kana kwese uku, kana Venezuela, like I said before. So I don't see the relevance of these sanctions other than just to eliminate any political
Thank
party
you
that has to deal
very
with black
much,
empowerment.
Rasta.
Saka ndaedza kuita research
Everybody who is
ndashaya.
not against sanctions is against Zimbabwe. And
That's
that
right,
includes
because
Simba Chikanza. That includes Gerald and his wife, Jenny. Thank you.
Okay. Right. Can we, Sister Sabina, with all due respect, can you refrain from pointing out certain individuals? Kalavasiri Panapa to defend themselves.
No, I'm
Let's.
the one who is going to get sued, so don't worry about my problem. Thank you.
All right. Okay. Thank you. Senora Muchipo, is your connection good now?
My connection has always been good. Because my school of thought, if somebody doesn't ask you a question, they are not listening, they are not communicating with you. I've been fighting not to learn compensation. I want you to listen very carefully. What I've discovered for the past 2 years is that the government of Zimbabwe did not respond to my petition. Our petition, let me put it that way. What was happening is they were crafting to divide the exchange deal. You could release some sanctions so that the government it give back the land rights to the white people. Am I making sense here? So what it means, they are just using my sanctions. Kungotamba economy nepfungwa dzedu. This is why I've declared kuti vana vari kutamba nesu. The reason why they could not respond, vakatoti sinyori vanopenga havasi kuside kwedu, nokuti vakanga vawirirana kuti hapasina munhu anofanira kutaura nyaya yeland. Monyarara nyaya yenyu yeland, motidzorera land makanyarara, tokubvisirai masanctions. Hanzi namutukudzi muroyo haungamugoni nyange ukamupa mwana kuti adye, anoramba akakutsika bhampa. Kana mukatadza kunzwisisa zvandapedzisa kutaura pakapa, I think we'll have a problem. I wanted us to discuss takanangana naizvo chii chiri kumboitika. Vari kutamba nepfungwa, and I'm not speculating. I am saying I'm the founding member weZimbabwe Culture and Culture Protection Trust. I did a petition to the speaker.
I'm running out of my patience.
Mireva
You
Pedro, Sabina.
can go to the local American embassy and
Sister
tell them
Sabina.
to remove those sanctions. You'll be a better man.
Regrava Pedro, Sister Sabina. Regrava Pedro.
It doesn't help me. My top secrets international politics and ndikutaura inini kuti munyatsonzwisisa kuti why ndikutaura nyaya iyi ndikuti inini, instead of responding to a petition according to the constitution they're supposed to, they had nothing to respond to me because ndakadena nyaya iri sensitive.
Okay.
Vanzwa kunzi nyaya iyi iri yakaiswa kuexecutive. Why? Because America Britain, they are bouncing back. Zimbabwe has been recolonized, if you didn't understand what I'm trying to say.
Ango Senior, I'm going to give you 30 seconds to make a final point. That's 30 seconds, then we'll move on to the next panel, yeah?
I've just said it, that Zimbabwe has been recolonized. What Senior is trying to tell you. Anything else, guys, there's the kutamba, nepfungwa zedu chete.
You're trying to say it's under mafia.
Okay.
Under mafia.
The white people.
All right, thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Right, Sister Sabina, Rasta Mans, Tarwa na Sekuru Senior, Uncle Senior. We can't talk about the sanctions without talking about land. It's almost as if, could see, Zimbabwe has been put on ransom simply because the Zimbabwean government or the Zimbabwean people have reclaimed ownership of their land. It's like because of that, they're going to get punished for that. What's your say?
Ichokwadi, because Zimbabwe ikabudirira nenyaya yekutora land Africa yese ichateedzera. Saka world yese haitodi kuti Zimbabwe ibudirire pakuti izvimirire yega. Because ikaseta that example, wana South Africa wese vachatanga kuteedzera. Saka it's very heavy because ma-leaders edu ari pa-pressure, vangu varipo before vangu vari pa-pressure. Saka isusu sevana vachona tiri confused futi tinogona kumanipulateka, totanga ngorwisana tega, but singazoti tese takatotsikawo konzi, vapfana vacho nevakuru vese takatotsikwa konzi.
Thank you, Rasta. Thank you so much.
Vandadangotaura chete.
Okay, thank you. Sister Sabina, the same question. Have you got anything to say about that?
I dare you, and I dare you, Zimbabweans, to approach the American embassy and tell them to remove those sanctions and to put us on trial or like probation. Sometimes when Mnangagwa, the president of Zimbabwe, speaks, when Mugabe, the president of Zimbabwe, spoke, we never understood their language because it was of eloquency, which Senior says. Okay? Until all of us fight against sanctions, Mukoma Mazimba will never find freedom.
Okay. Thank you very much.
None of us will find freedom. Why are we scared, including you, Mason, the chair of this life, to approach the American embassy and say, listen, guys, apamati janirira over 20 people and we're 16 million. Just ask yourselves, do we have bows or we don't have bows? Are we targeting the wrong people in the truthness? Iwewe Mason, you're so relaxed with your English accent. you're comfortable English children. But the truth is that you're actually not looking from where you're coming from. Like I said, sanctions are the mother of corruption. This is why Zimbabwe can never be saved because it's under sanctions. So a lot of people are gonna be corrupt. Even me, mukanipinza government, gonna corrupt a little bit.
Okay,
Okay? Because of
right.
sanctions. Sorry about that.
No. You've got. I'll give you another 30 seconds to just to finish your point.
No, I'm good. I finished. Go ahead.
Okay, excellent. Thank you very much, Sister Sabina. Right, yes, ndanzwa zvese zvamataura, and thank you all of you for your contributions. Now, Sister Sabina, mataura kuti it's true to say, you know kuti for us to do something, we have to start from somewhere. And the history always repeat itself. Mukanazotarisa even America kuna Uncle Senior, there was American Revolution in the 17th century, and there was an age of enlightenment in the 18th century, and in America, in Europe, in France, there was a French Renaissance, Pavaka Bisa monarchy, and in Italy there was an Italian Renaissance. In England, in the 16th century, there was a Reformation when England departed from the Catholic Church.
My brother, I know you speak all these fancy words, and the truth is, I can't comprehend them. The only thing I comprehend is when every Zimbabwean is gonna stand against sanctions. And you start talking. Please don't interject me. Let me finish. For every Zimbabwean to stand against sanctions, because sanctions, even in the trial in court, you're judged according to the majority and the minority. So if the majority of Zimbabwe says that sanctions are affecting us, then sanctions need to understand that yes, the majority are saying that you're affecting us, because in the court of law, when you're judged under minority and majority in the trial.
Okay.
Allow me to say something very profound.
Okay, Uncle Senior, I'm gonna get to you. You're the next one. Here. And if Sister Sabina had given me the chance, the reason why I told you all of these things, we have to start from somewhere. We are having a dialogue. Me, Rasta, Senior, and Sister Sabina, we are starting from somewhere. I don't know how much audience we have, and I know the Mukoma Masimba and Miss Mawere have got so much followers. Hopefully, we are triggering
They don't have so much followers.
Okay,
what is stopping us are people who are claiming asylum.
Can I say something?
When they are claiming asylum, they can't join us. So the people who can't join us are the ones claiming asylum seeking for their own benefit and for their own families.
Can I say something that is already trending, which is in line with what you are trying to plan right now?
No, because I said I'm going to come to you, Signor. Let me just finish my point. Just be patient. Be patient. We have to start from somewhere. We are already doing it. That's number one. Number two, I'm gonna throw this out to you panels. Do you know Kutichi, a country sometimes can be put under sanction, or marry to international institutions like the IMF and the World Bank? Then Signor, you go ahead. No,
million people, over 20 people.
No.
I don't understand the logistic. Why kill 16 million people, over 20 people? Why can't you just sanction the 20 people? That's it. This is where Zimbabwe has to rise. I don't give a shit whether you are claiming asylum, whether you are where you are. Just go and stand and say Zimbabwe should not suffer for over 20 people. Those 20 people are the ones who are supposed to be put on sanctions, not all of us.
Okay, thank you very much, Sister Sabina. I'm gonna throw out to you, Uncle Signor, the last points and the last things I said. Saka, please go ahead, sir.
Indakumbira kokupedzisira ndibvunzei mubvunzo pane zvandiri kutaura. I'm saying zvamuri kutoplana panapa, there's something which is trending right now. I've been fighting this war through the spirits for the past 5 years. Culture revolution is trending right now. I'm sure most of you have seen me talking about that. Mukadaidza chimedza panapa anoinzwisa language iyoyi.
Senora, please stop this mumbo jumbo thing. Senora, I told you the answer to Zimbabwe. And you never went for somebody who believes in the spirits of Zimbabwe. You never went and you said this Mudofumu Zukuru said this. And you are coming to that. You are coming to that, Senora. And you will get to that whether you like it or not.
We need to.
Munozokumbira kuti ka zvandoda kutaura zviri disturbance, mozokumbira kuti muti sinyoro pane zvamunoda kuti mutaure, ndotaura because ndezenge ndikuda kuita imbalance yekuti ndinzwikwe. But I wanted to point out something chamataura panapa kuti chitangwe chakatotangwa. Ndanda kutopa reference yekuti Chimedza akatofoma page yakanzi Zimbabwe Culture Revolution yakatotanga. What is required is mass mobilization and getting information not only from Signoro on what can be done. If you want to just start right now, Varisa embassies who are purporting to be human rights activists to say, we don't want you in Zimbabwe. You know, I'm very radical, guys, if you didn't know. That's one step to say, we don't want you. Pack your bags and go.
Okay. Okay, Signoro, I'm giving you the next 30 seconds. I'm gonna no, Sister Sabina, wait. I'm gonna give you, Signoro, the last 30 seconds. Finish your point, then the China kuna rasta.
Yeah, but be careful that Signoro, you are giving him less than 3 minutes and last 30 seconds. But I will humble myself. Nyandu kutaura ndekuti panapa kana tada kudya imbwa ngatidye iri hono. Inini, I'm saying what I am saying. Who checks my timeline, they will find out. I am saying enough is enough. We have got to fight for our rights. Apana chinoya takagara. Vana vakatengesa nyika vari kutivhara.
Okay, thank you.
The same thing between ZANU-PF and MDC is the same thing between our governments, African governments, and these colonial masters.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you very much, Rasta. I'm turning. It's your turn. I'm gonna turn out to you now. Tataura kuti Muripo Rasta. Are you there?
Yeah, ndiripo.
All right. We've just pointed out. Pani point Tataura na Uncle Senior Kurichi. We can't talk about sanctions without talking about land, and we are being put on ransom. And the next point, these people, the sanctions imposers and the sanctioned, vari pa same table, varutodya vese vachitoseka. Sakachi, these are the same people doing my point Taurwa. Then inini hangu something that I've just thrown out to you, Dekuti. Zimbabwe, it owes money to the IMF, it owes money to the World Bank, and even back in the day, in the SAPIA, Economic Structural Adjustment Program, it was one of those measures. That's why all of our national assets were taken over. Sakachi, how we got this debt? If this data were valid or ethical, we do not know. Saka meno teachers badararini. Saka we can't. When you're talking about sanctions, don't forget the money that we owe to the IMFs and the World Banks. Saka, how what are we gonna do moving forward, Rasta? So the floor is yours.
I'll tell you. Moving forward, ndakunzwa zvawataura mapoints ako mkomana. But we got the facts the other way around. We Zimbabweans are owed money, right? Zimbabwe from the time was colonized. Zimbabwe from the time it was colonized, and the resources that have left Zimbabwe under the name of nothing before discovering diamonds and all those minerals, Zimbabwean ores that left the country. Zimbabwe is owed. Zimbabwe does not owe anything. So the countries that say we owe money owe more than Zimbabwe. America owes China trillions. So Zimbabwe does not owe anyone trillions. This is a game of deception because they have worked with the intelligence and the intelligent language of using mainstream media to bring a bad reputation about Zimbabwe and Zimbabwean people. That's why there was a form of xenophobia towards us black Zimbabweans in different parts of the
Propaganda.
world.
Thank
Right?
you,
There's
Rasta.
propaganda to undermine the real struggle of Zimbabweans. Zimbabwe was always trying to be infiltrated from day one, and I give all respect to the Zimbabwe National Army and the intelligence for making sure that the borders have been kept safe. Otherwise, if it was some other weak country, we would have been in civil war a long time ago, because that's what the world wanted us to go into. So,
Yeah.
because we have a strong government, which we might say whatever we want, our army is one of the most intelligent and strongest in Africa. So that's why we don't have a civil war, because
Wow.
that's what the world wanted it to end into. So the sanctions can
Yes.
be more
Chaos.
justified. However, throughout
Chaos.
even our chaos, less people in Zimbabwe are dying than in a normal day in South Africa when there's no war, when there's peace with all the runs and money running. People getting murdered and kidnapped every day in South Africa are more than the people that die even when we're at our worst in Zimbabwe, even though we flee to these countries for money. That's why we're being pressed in Nyama sanctions, kuti tikatambura tozomhanyisana tichita njake njake zvoti tikwanise kulutwa nema-outsiders. So this game is from outside, but we see it from the inside. Because iwo mutambi webhora usiwoona bhora bhora rinoonekwa nemunhu ari kuma-grandstand anditika munhu ari kuma-terrace ndiye anoona bhora. So all Zimbabweans are players inside the field. So long as uri muzimbabwe uri kugara muzimbabwe uri mutambi webhora. Ma-spectators vanhu vari kunze vanoona semajamaican vekuangola vekucongo nemasurroundings nekumozambique votipawo maopinion avo tikwa mazimba zvenyu zviri kumbofambawo sei tikuonawo so from kunze.
Okay.
Saka isusu tiri kuzviona kuti ndomaonero andikazotanga kuita Zimbabwe from outside.
All right. Thank you very much, Rasta. Thank you, and well, brilliant. You made us aware of certain things that some of us we didn't even know. Right. So now I'm gonna turn to you, my sister Sabina. Now, moving forward, we have identified the two catalysts, the two culprits. Irukaganisa vanoku Zimbabwe. There are sanctions. And my countries, my international organizations, like I said, IMF, the World Bank, who are claiming they owe us money, we owe them money. And Rasta eloquently, as he said, no, it's the other way around. These international things, they actually owe us money. For example, for colonization, we did not get any compensation for what we went through colonization. Now, my sister Sabina, my question, Kwamuri Ndekuti, moving forward, kuti vana veZimbabwe to be free to enjoy our beautiful Zimbabwe. How can we go back to that utopia? How can we go back to that beautiful Zimbabwe? What can we do?
Okay. I personally think we need to investigate more about Jesus, and we need to investigate more about democracy. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Nice and short. Uncle Senior American Muchiripo, can I throw the same question to you, sir? Senior Muchiripo.
All right. Zimbabwe, we are 40 years after independence. It's not a coincidence that vanhu vajamuka nemhosva yei 2020. I'm not claiming, I'm not bragging. I'm on top of the situation and others. The spirit is fighting. Isusu chatwanga kuita kupinda. Tatova mu-culture revolution right now. We do not owe anybody a dime. I repeat what Rasta said. It could be possibly an understatement. We do not owe anybody anything. And part of my petition, I said, atingabhadhari mbavha kuti inoripwa mbavha for the land improvements. So if you hear what I'm saying, these things are intertwined. But vakaronga tsoro yekuti vhiringidza, politics dzekuti vhiringidza, kuti vada kukompensata varungu. Isu nokupusa ndokukangama kuti aiwaka. Isusu hatisati tatoita petition yekuti tinoda isusu kuti tikompensatwe. Misoro yematateguru right now vakachengeta as trophies. Can you imagine? Musoro wababa wako wasekuru wako wakachengetwa museum. Do you know the story yakutaurwa iko zvinezvi? Vakutoti hachazi kuti takazviisa kupi. Vanoroya, I've told them.
vanoroya. And unfortunately, I have to say it eloquently, our leaders vanoroya, vanoromba. So they are also in it. If they really wanted to get those remains, they could have done that kudara. Are we together? So there is a lot happening spiritually, but zvikiitika manje, ngozi ichaitika manje, we have to move very fast. Zvakaitika kuchimani mani, ndoda kuti munditeerere zvakanaka naka. Ndakatotaura inini kuti muromo wangu hauiri pasi. I think people are going to believe that the spirits are working kana chikachaya Harare. Harare is going to be on fire, just like Kuchimani Mani. We've got 400 families under rock right now. Nyangwe mukandibvunza inini handichaziva, tese hapana ari kuyeuka kuti mvura iya yekuchimani mani yakaitika dheti ripi. We do not care about the 400 families. Kuti matombo aya akabva kupi, we don't understand. This is science. Imhepo, ndo matombo emhepo. It's happening. Why now? So all I'm trying to say is, tisambofungidzire kana kunyengerera kuti we owe anybody anything. Kana munhu wajamuka ka, kunonzi kujamuka kwandiri kutaura kuti hatichakudii. Ndobvunza mubvunzo ndichimbofema. Are we aware that America has moved its head office? It's now in Zimbabwe. What zvamuri kunyeperwa kuti it's a 450 million embassy. Sure, munganyeperwa zvakapusa kudaro embassy ine maofisi mangani anoda 450 million. It is called a communication center. They've put a communication center in the enemy's territory. Munoti China zvezvozvo. Britain yakabuda muBrexit. Vanofunga kuti takapusa, isusu vamwe we are visionary. Vari kuda kuva ndiwo dangwe rekuti come back. The Britain is clearly, it's not a conspiracy. They are saying they are now looking for new trading partners because England is under siege, 100 years munenge kusina land. Saka vari kutoronga netsoro nemazara edu kuti isu tisare tisina nhaka yevana vedu. Kana ndadaro, it's energy enough to make sure that we understand zviri kuitika kuti panapa ngatirege kuita chivatavata. Let's question what are they doing, what is America doing in Zimbabwe? If they are saying under sanctions, why is Mnangagwa allowing America to build a 450 million communication center? Am I sure vanoti next home saende kunoroyiwa asi vanodzoka vakanunira kumeso?
Okay, thank you very much, Signor. Thank you very much for all of your valid points. Now I'm going to turn to you. I'm going to go back to you, Rasta. Pane zvandira kukupresenta ndezvekuti now we know, we have identified what's the elephant in the room. Taona kuti zvii zviri kutinetsa and ta-identify tikati masanctions, tikati chakuti. Yes, zvataurwa naSignoro, that's a very valid point. Varungu vari kukombanzetwa iko zvino. ED Mnangagwa, he came up with this thing yekuti vapiwe munda again. Once back, Sakachi, this land ownership or land reclaiming was reversed recently. We already heard it. It is well documented. Now, here's the thing. Here's the question I want to say to you, Rasta. Imimi mukagara nevakuru, let's say mapiwa opportunity yokugara nevakuru venyika, variku, the people who are in charge of everything. What would you propose to them, Kutishi? The 60 million vataurwa na Sister Sabina who are suffering, what would you propose? What would you say to them? What would be your advice?
Zvavataura Sister Sabina zvoti masanctions ngaambobva vanhu vambonyika vambota zvinhu zvavo vari vega ka. It was a good suggestion kuti maZimbabwean vambopiwa space. In other words, vambopiwa space yavo yekuzvigadzirisa vega, tozodzoka kuinternational community, tozotaura zvedu madhiri izvo tasettler madisputes edu ari in-house. Ndikuti zvimwe zvinhu vanoacta out of desperation. Kana tichinetsana tiri tega tiri ma-opposing parties, ini ndichaita something out of desperation, ivo chaita something out of desperation. Ivo chatsvaga international support, imwe chatsvaga imwe. But those international vanhu kavantu vaone nhamo dzavo kwavari kubva, vantu vachitotsvagawo zvinovabenefitawo kwatiri. So at the end of the day, we are the only ones who lose. So that's zvataura naSister Sabina ndosapota kuti tombodawo space yedu titege kugadzirisa zvinhu zvedu isina kupindirwa nevanhu vari kunze. Yes, saka ndosuggestive inini just for 2 years kana kuti 5 years 3 years tizviita zvedu tega.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much. But hopefully you understand, you're a very intelligent man, Rasta, and hopefully you understand, Gudichi, the imposers of sanctions, they are not charity organizations. Avasi vanhu vaya vaya vekuti you do kuti aiwa ndokumbira kuti mudai and they're gonna turn their back.
Thank you, Tapiwa. Thank you very much. That's a
Yeah.
valid point.
Ichori chokwadi. I'd thrown an easy road.
Ukambokumbira muroi kuti ndiregerere usati usveta ropa akakuregera kusveta ropa. Ukambokumbira muroi chimbomira undisveta ropa.
Munototanga mabatana mega imimi mutotaura mese kuti in one voice kuti I do take.
Let's
But we
leave
don't have
under
that.
the circumstances. Let's show them that my sanctions namo haiurai munhu. This is the message that you guys are missing. Hapana chokunyengerera apa. I'm not speaking in spirit. Hapana chokunyengerera apa. Muchawana kupi nguva munononzwikana ani kuti tekumbira mubvise masanctions. We want to prove to them that isusu hatife nezhara. We went through hardship 2008-7. Atina kufa nezhara. We want to survive through the sanctions.
Chokwadi futi chamataura ichocho.
Tiri kutya
Hobo nyika dzakasurviva.
tiri kutya vana Denzel Washington pavanouya nechirungu. Iwewo Rasta Denzel Washington kana akauya pauri kana Masimba akaapproachwa naChuck Norris kana naDenzel Washington haangasadedera kusimbise makombo aya. Musatye vanhu ava.
Ndakunosasa nawo mangwana.
Saka, okay, I'm gonna interject.
Pamusoro iRasta.
Ndinosasa nawo.
My father, my brother. But ndiri kushedza Uncle Jet. Ndiri kushedza Auntie Jenny. Ndiri kushedza Simba Chikanza. Why is it that we have never, ever stood against sanctions? Yet we know sanctions are the mother of corruption.
I didn't know, sister. Now I know.
Why?
No, now I know. Now I know.
Varikungoderera vanhu vanokwanisa kuderera
ndichaenda kumaembasi avo mangu
but havasi kuda kudherera maAmericans. Why?
Anditi mese munoziva kuti kuti kudzidza kwakanaka and rasta vati nhasi pane zvandadzidzawo nhasi ndakuziva
ndasingazive sure.
Saka vanhu vazhinji vanenge vasingazivi kuti masanctions zvinorevei and just because zvangotaurwa nomwe munhu you think kuti it's true. Sometimes unofanira kuita sei kutaurawo nevamwe vanhu and you might learn something. Nhasi tadzidza kuti masanction chii, nhasi tadzidza kuti anobvepi, nhasi tadzidza kuti anoaffecta vanhu sei.
I'm sorry, I will not be fooled. Brother Mason, what have you learned? What are sanctions?
Sanctions idumwa pana chinotyisa paya musabvundutsirwe
That's not Brother Mason. His voice inengera signoro. Yabvunza Brother Mason. What does sanction mean?
Signoro alive, but
we must have order. Ndosaka takadzi tiri makudo.
Right.
Okay?
I'm gonna echo zvataurwa hangu naSignoro because very right avo idumwa.
No, don't echo Signoro. Just direct to my question. What does sanction mean?
Okay. All right. Okay. I'll tell you. Sanction zvinoreva kuti the word sanction is, which means there's been some restrictions that have been imposed on you or on an entity, or in this case a country called Zimbabwe, a state called Zimbabwe. And the restrictions, you can't do open trading on an international level, and there's some certain individuals who have been targeted, and them too, they've been restricted in their movements and their monies, and their foreign accounts have been frozen. They can't do A, B, C, and D. And because of that, we can't, as a country, it affects the 15-16 million people who are in Zimbabwe, in the fact that we can't import goods and we can't do business with our friends globally. That's what a sanction is, right?
So would you agree with me that sanctions are the mother of corruption before Mnangagwa, before Chiwenga, before Chamisa?
Absolutely. 100%, 100%. Now I want
Mm.
to I want
So
to touch.
I'm gonna ask you a question. Why is it that you, Mason, the most acquired individual? I want to look at you as Isaac Newton. Why is it that you don't stand forefront? And you and Rutendo Benson and Simba Chikanza and Gerald from Auntie Jenny, I don't know his surname. Why don't you stand direct to sanctions? Why? Is it because you're selling the country?
Can I respond to something related to that?
Go ahead. Go ahead, Signora.
Inini ndikuramba
Sorry,
ndichitaura
Mason.
yesabhina kunyanya uri muzukuru uchenjeri kurwa neshamo. You should be witnessing some of the things. Ndakabvira rini ndichiti we have got fake people. Ndikaharaswa navanhu kunzi sinyoro muri kuti chii. We have got fake journalists. We have got fake human rights activists. We have got fake whatever you can think of. And God is good because I am a victim and survivor. Ndakapfura nemo. Hapana anganinyepera panapa. Vese neVoice of America vanotya kutaura nyaya yangu inini. So that sort of gives you a picture. My issue is exposing them who they are. They are not who we think they are. So in summary, a blanket response. There are a lot of fake people. Nenyaya yamatanga yatilda ndakazitaura nezoni ngati hakuna munhu unouraya munhu kuZimbabwe usina mvumo the powers dzekumusoro.
Okay, with all due respect, Senor, we are talking about sanctions solely. We're not talking about anti-tilda.
Yeah, right. Just let it pass. But I'm just saying we have got fake people around us. Senor has been waffling for a long time. Now that if we understand, it's another issue. Totanga gobora papi because I see nyaya kunyarana. Indaka volunteer ndikati ndiri kunzi ini ndiri CIO hazvinetse. United Nations ndiri kunzi ndiri kuvhiringidza matopics eZimbabwe. And yet ndiri kuvhura vanhu maziso. So we need to tell each other the truth kuti panapa takatopindirwa nenyoka hatichazivani. We've got fake people around us.
Yeah, but Senor, are we not in danger? Yekuti isusu totanga kuklashana in fighting and finger pointing. Kuti Rasta mufeki, Senor mufeki, chichi. But we are not addressing the real issue. The real issue, they are sanctions.
Yes,
now
the way we address it is that. Yeah, listen, mate. Listen, my brother. Yeah, people like Simba Chikanza, sorry, Sekuru. People like Simba Chikanza are eloquent in their English vocabulary. If they had Zimbabwe's interest at heart, then they would approach those eloquence with their eloquence and make
fellow colleagues, let me say this. As my president ED, very short and brief.
Why can't Uncle Jed, Uncle Vedu, na Auntie Jedi, vaende vanotaura neAmerican Embassy?
Okay, listen.
Why?
Sabina na Signora, please respect Rasta. Vapewo chance, va interject, va tauro zvavari kana taura.
I want to speak to Rasta right now. Rasta, let me tell you what, German. We have been German. Takasasikwa kudhara, pachisina chokutya apa. Malon, what you say, I understand azvitauri nemunhu ane revolution spirit. And then I'm not breaking, I'm in a revolution spirit right now.
Yes,
I'm not prepared to die, but I'm prepared to fight because I don't want to know the power of the tongue. I could have said I'm prepared to die. I'm in this revolution spirit right now. Now, kuhondo, inini I'm a historian zvezera rangu. Wanga usingangosviki mukembu zvokumhanya. Waitopinza busy was just said kune camp. Am I talking to somebody here? I'm responding kuti tikatanga kuti ndozvinoitika murevolution izvozvo. Kunofanira kutoita screening nyangwe tikasara tiri 5. It's okay. Kana musina hama dzamakabvunza dzakaenda kuhondo vabvunze vanokutaura kuti waitodhitenwa kuti uoneke kuti uri sure here kana kuti basi tikada kuramba kuti tine mafake ka tinoparara.
inandinyarari ndakatotaura, we've got fake people, ngavandivenge. I told them time shall come, nguva yakwana. I'm
Okay.
happy I joined the train right now. I know by next week kana mangwana chai tinge takutonongedzerana kuti panapa takutsvaga formula yekuti right tanongedzerana tochiita sei kuti tiziyane.
Okay.
chasvika pakunongedzerana. Chandinoda kukubvunza imi misi Nyoro ndechekuti, when was the last time Simba uye paakatsika Zimbabwe? Please answer me without being rude.
Akapedzera kudhara. I'm just going to say something which Marlon is not supposed to say personally here. Marlon akandinyeperaiwo kati simba riri pauri. Ndaida kumuexposa Simba kuti iwewe Simba uri system, iwewe Simba haungatinyeperi kuti unofonera iwewe Commissioner General of Police. I understand security. It's a rhetoric. Kaskiti kavanoita. Those people, they change numbers like underwear.
Okay.
Simba.
Msakate Mason, let him speak.
So what I'm simply saying is, zvarikutaurwa naSabina mukangozvitora lightly. Inini ndakazvimirira, takasatsika kudhara. Ndosaka vari kuramba kundipa voice because vakatoona kuti munhu wacho spirit yavo kwete ivo. Their spirit saw my spirit kuti my spirit is determined. Inini ndiri gwara mufunge, but my spirit hamunonyepa imi. Inini ndati ndiri gwara, but my spirit, their spirit saw my spirit. Vakati uyu munhu tikamupa chance anotibharura. I've just given you a tip of
you're dealing with asylum seekers who don't want anything great for Zimbabwe, but in your face they want to show like they want things good for Zimbabwe. But your clue is, when was the last time they arrived at Harare International Airport? That is it.
Okay.
And you get your answers. And those people should be reprimanded because they are using asylum seeking in a wrong way.
Okay, thank you very much, Sister Sabina. Remember what I say to you. I need to make you aware. We are not going to do any character assassination. We're not going to do any finger pointing. We can't talk about somebody who is not here.
I will be the one who gets sued.
We're not here to.
I did express that already.
Okay, that's fine.
Don't worry about me. Worry about what I said.
Okay.
So don't say character assassin. Just say that Sisi Sabina vari kutaura saka vanhu ava vanenge vachiclaim asylum but killing Zimbabwe.
Okay, I've got a specific question. I'm going to throw out to all of you, but in the Chatanga Gunda Rasta, because he has been very disciplined and listening quietly up a Varipakona. Now we have identified Kudichi. There is this big monster in on the sanction, and Jatauru na Signoro, and he said it emphatically.
Sanction and asylum seeking.
Okay,
those
cool.
Are the two biggest monsters.
Okay, Jataru na Uncle Signoro emphatically with so much passion and so much emotion. Ngatingoma ignore. You know, they don't owe us, they don't own us, they don't do this. So how can we do that, Isusu? How can we forget and how can we forget about the sanctions and how can we move on as a business? I'll give you my little suggestion, Deputy Inini. Instead of looking abroad, can we start as in Africa? Can we do trading in Africa? Can we look local instead of going international? Maybe let's have a trading partner. My trading deals in Botswana, Zambia, all of those things. Even if it means to create an African national bank, is the one that. Yeah,
why are you scared, Mason?
That is my only
suggestion. Why are you scared, Mason, of approaching the American people? The UN have given us sanctions. Why can't you pull the bull on the horn? What are you really licking us for? Like I.
I'm gonna get back to your answer to your question, my sister Sabina. But this question was directed to Rasta.
Okay, so this question I've read clearly. So my answer to that one, and to make life easy, Okay, we'll go and protest against the sanctions. Don't worry about that. But in the meantime, I'm answering your question
My
now
brother,
with
please
regards
don't
with
tell
if
us
we
not to worry about it because
no
when
no
you're
I'm
about to
just
do it,
answering
only
you
one
on
person comes. No, 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 no,
a
no.
personal
When you
level.
say
So let me go
something,
back to his question.
when you say
No,
something,
that's
you
me
mean it.
personally.
Don't
Yeah,
say
that's me
don't worry
personally
about it. You told us
because
not to worry about it.
I said
But
I've
when we
already
say it's
answered.
the day
Sister,
of
sister,
So
sanctions,
how am I
no
going to
one will
answer you when
come.
I'm agreeing with you, saying I'm going to do it?
sister,
I don't need to go with
I
anyone to go
hear you, my
and.
brother.
I don't need
Lovely.
anyone's assistance
Sorry,
for me to go
can
and talk against sanctions.
can I
I
dilute
can go
this and say
alone.
something?
no,
Can I
no, no, no,
dilute
When
no.
this?
was the last time you
Guys,
did that?
guys, guys,
When
guys,
was
So
the
let me
last
finish
time
off
you did
answering
that?
my question now.
guys,
Urukushka
Let me.
listen.
kuti ema-Americans.
You're
When was
talking.
the last time you did it?
You're
Uri
talking
kutya
over.
kanyere ema-Americans. Uri
You,
kutya asylum seeking yako yeko Australia.
Listen,
You want to
listen.
protect your
If I
asylum
even,
seeking
why are you
wewe.
answering my question for me? I
Oh,
never came here
bless
as an
you, my
asylum
brother.
seeker,
Go
you know.
ahead.
I came
Sorry
to
about that.
Australia in the late 90s. I didn't seek asylum to come to Australia, right?
When was the
And
last time
I
you
have
were
no
in
reason. I have no
Zimbabwe?
reason to run away. I was in
When was
Zimbabwe
the last
January
time you
this
were in
year.
Zimbabwe?
January this year.
When was the last time you were in Zimbabwe, Rasta?
January
Tell
this
me the
year. I'm
truth.
answering you. January this year. January the 26th. I came back here. So you want an answer? I go to
So when
Zimbabwe
did
every
you
year.
go to Zimbabwe?
I went to Zimbabwe in November last year and I spent 3 months there.
German,
Okay,
can I explain
which
something
date
that
in
Sabina is
November did you
saying?
go?
no.
So now,
Listen,
can I answer
listen.
my question that I was asked by this man here? Because let's not make assumptions of who I am. I
No,
can only
okay,
tell you who I am and how
okay,
I
okay.
go there.
Yeah, bless you, bless you.
Order here, right?
German, can you allow me to
First of
rephrase?
all, is
German,
why no, is why senior. I'm talking. Um, if German Rasta, you do not need to disclose your personal information to anybody.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank
that's
you.
your personal information.
So
Thank
if
you.
Nobody.
if you're a public figure, if you
No,
request,
no,
No, I'm
if
not
you
no.
a public
request,
figure.
if you
Rasta,
request for
Rasta,
it, then
Rasta,
you must.
Rastaman does not represent anyone. Rastaman is not a
Thank you.
public figure. He represents himself. He's an
He
individual.
is a public
Right.
figure.
No, he's not.
Unfortunately, you
Thank you.
didn't know that.
He's not.
Please give me what you mean. He's
He's,
not a
German is a
public
public
figure.
figure, he's an
no,
Everybody
ambassador.
knows Rasta.
yeah,
That
but
he needs to
everybody
report
might
to
know
what we ask.
everybody might know Rasta, but Rasta does not
Makuita
have a title.
zvichizano.
Rasta does
Can
not
you drop
represent
that
anybody.
subject? Can you drop
Saka
that
is
subject because you don't know everybody, including Rasta is an ambassador. Let's just drop that. Say something different.
okay. The reason I say that Neguchi Rasta should not be pressured to be disclosing any of his personal information.
We
Now,
can
secondly,
because he's a public figure, mate.
okay, fair
Malon,
enough. Okay, fair enough.
I've done you a favor, Malon. Drop that subject and say something different.
Secondly, regrai Rasta vapeze answer ndavabvunza question and please musava to say musava disturb regrai vapeze answer yavo.
Rasta vasati
Thank you.
vatobovhicha kana kuZimbabwe for the
Thank you.
last 15 years, most
So I
probably,
managed.
unless V11 has been produced. This is why
So
Rasta vari kupita mbanje vachipenga, because it's cold out there.
all right. Okay. Rangitaura rangu ndizvipindurire ndegawo ndisina kufungirwa nevanhu nekuudzirwa. Right. Saka inini solution yangu inini it's minerals ese kuAfrica kudara. All the minerals that make mobile phones are coming from Congo, like Zimbabwe, nema minerals anogadzira everything. So our solution kana tikati isusu hatina basa nemasanction uye hapana chati chabhadhara munhu ka tinotoemploya vanhu vanouya zoprocessera madiamonds muZimbabwe imomo vanotobva kune nyika idzodzo kuzotsvaga basa. We can afford to pay them. Vanotoprocessa gold muZimbabwe macho, vanotova vachitoprocessa mota muZimbabwe macho vachitoticha maapprentice imomo. Saka tinogona kutova haya legal kuva haya, that's not sanctioned. Munhu offer basa.
Legally.
No, you can do it legally. There's people vanoyazoshanda because it's an international job. Zvinoenda napa munhu mari vada vazomanufacture vodzidzisa vanhu vedu. Obviously munhu 1 year yekumhoresa mari yakawanda ka it's more cost effective than kuti tiendese ore yemaminerals ese mahara achinoprocess ozodzoka finished product yaakudhura. So my opinion is we get the finished product made back home. If we don't know how to do it, somebody will show you how to do it. And there's no secret these days anymore. Research it by internet. Like you don't necessarily need to go to school anymore because you can find all the information online anyway. So what we need to just master is the art of processing what we already have and then kana kuri kuzoexporta ka vachazouya vachitozongokumbira maexports kuti vachazozvinida zvinhu zvacho because havana ma-raw materials acho in the first place. So isusu are refusing to step up to industrialize ourselves tega pache zvedu. Varungu vakazvita under ma-sanctions kana South Africa varamba vachifambisa chero kunyika dzakawanda dzangakacolonize. Saka isusu tinogona kuzviita but hatina confidence plus we buy into confusion. Vaona sai vatanga vachiita confusion yatava kutoita panapa soka haisi confusion inoitwa nemarudzi akawanda. Haisi confusion andikaona kana pandikaona mamuslim kana mamarudzi ekunzi vakachila vachidiscussa masettings avo. Saka pamazimba tototanga nekutoti tichiti tinokurudzira the element of chaos and confusion before taita zvinhu zvokuti tibatane tiite zvinhu zvinofamba. Saka ndokuti patinozoachieva something great ka we lose it quickly. We always get everything of value. We're blessed as Zimbabweans, but zvinongotipfura maoko medu so nekuti tinopedza nguva tichiconcentrate ona ninga ari kuite chii, ninga ari kuita nezvei. Zvoti ninga akasika asylum nezvechii hazvinei neni. Inini I can openly speak because ndakatouya kusati kwakusikwa asylum kunoko. As that never stopped me from going to Zimbabwe and ndinotodzokera havasive kutomboshora futi. Aiwa hazvive kutomboshora futi because vari kutumidzirawo mari kumba. But vari kutotumidzirawo mari kumba vatobetserawo economy nekusvika vatoita mabasa havana ine politics. Aiwa but havangavablame vakatoonawo gap rangachingoraramisawo.
Last time, my brother, can you allow me to demystify something here?
Thank you. Maybe I'm in the blind too, brother.
What is happening?
No, you didn't. You're right.
What is Sabina is saying? Anybody who is an asylum seeker, don't take it personal.
Yes.
But he's saying it generally that anybody, and we should agree. I will exaggerate and say someone who has got an application which is in the pipeline right now, they don't want Zimbabwe to be in the state that we are planning it to be. I'm going to be very blunt because then that means so Sabina is just saying generally, but
okay.
And the formula of Sabina kuti vanhu vari kupesuka nemafacebook celebrities akawanda makavapedzisa kwaona rini vachipesuka vachiita kuti Zimbabwe tabva kuZimbabwe. The answer is they are still asylum seekers. Havaseva ari kuratidzima this intelligence iyoyo yekuti pressure points kuti vanhu ava maningi pafacebook but they will never, when we expect them to lead this revolution, they will never, because haritsiguwa then kuri kuti vanhu havakasununguka vakatowana mapepa okudhara ka nekushamisira kwavanoita ka ingadai tichaona vari kuAmerika every quarter of the year. You get my point? Because anoda kushamisira ndozvatoziva izvo. Ndatoti paite clear pari kutaurwa naSabina. Yes, it can appear as a blanket statement, but it's very critical. Some of us intelligence don't pass. Saka in the process to find reconnaissance intelligence, tichage kuti pane dambudziko ndepapi pamwe totoda kutotsvaga maleaders matsva because tikangoita zvekubuda musaira zvekuti because sinyoro vane kagroup kavo tofa kuchejera kuti sinyoro aka havasi kudya here nevanhu ivavava.
Okay.
That includes Masimba.
Okay. Order.
Because the person of his caliber haambofaka farira kuti Zimbabwe inasobudirira because ikabudirira immigration nomuzodzokera kumusha kwako. Do you receive Sekuru Signoro?
Okay, before you answer, Sekuru Signoro, I've been quiet for. You remember, I'm the moderator here, so I'm the one who is guiding the discussion here. Yes. Saka, very important point because I was taking notes because when somebody talks, I write notes. And Zataru and Rasta had a very, very valid point. And I think from what I surmise from his statement, Dekuti, I think us as a country, as a people, as Zimbabweans, we need to have a reality check. Takadi, it's like if somebody is an alcoholic or a drug addict, the first protocol, the first thing is to admit to no problem, right? Sakatazwona, and we identified we are very chaotic people. hatisi organized, hatina zvinhu zviri order. Saka ngatimbova reality check and confidence in ourselves kuti you know what, yes, we've been indoctrinated by colonization, by religion, by our education. Why can't we produce our own things? Why can't we have an order and confidence? You know what? We can produce our own cars in Zimbabwe. We can produce our own vegetable oil in Zimbabwe. We can have our own manufacturing. We've got everything.
When was the last time you were in Zimbabwe yourself?
Unfortunately, Sister Sabina, like I said to you, I'm not going to disclose any personal information to you. Because that is...
I've just asked you,
okay.
When was the last time you were in Zimbabwe? Are you an asylum seeker or you're free to go home? So that we know what we're dealing with and different motives, like Senior said.
Okay, I am a spiritual individual, a spiritual conscious energy. That's what I am.
Yeah, I never asked you about your spirituality, but I asked you, when was the last time you were in Zimbabwe?
No,
Why?
because
Let me answer on behalf of
No, please, Senor Sekuru, please just wait.
Victim of circumstances.
Sekuru, please, Sekuru. I'm so sorry to be rude. I will actually direct the question back to Mason. Mason, when was the last time you were in Zimbabwe? And I want V11 for it because I love you.
Okay, you know what? There's nobody that loves you more than me. I love you too. And
yes.
To answer your question, I've got no business, and you've got no business for me to be disclosing my personal information about that. We are talking about something else. Lose a focus. You don't have to focus on me. Yeah. Saka, my going to Zimbabwe or me being an asylum seeker or no asylum seeker or this and that, let's go. Nobody is given a title. Like I told you.
This is how I got my papers in this country. I made it clear to them that you took gold from my country and I've come here and I want it back. And they gave me papers after a lot of refusals.
Well, good for you. Well, good for you, my sister. Good for you. Good for you. Now, should we have a reality check, Isusu, and then let's have confidence in our. Can we put all
I'm
this?
having a reality check on you. Are you an asylum seeker or are you just a resident of UK? When was the last time you were in Zimbabwe?
Right. I don't know. I'm gonna answer you for the third time, and I'm gonna answer you the same question, the same answer. I do not feel the need to be disclosing any of my personal information to you or to anybody else.
I accept. Thank you very much. Go ahead, brother.
I'll elaborate on that. What I can agree with you, maybe this may not be the right fora. Tichatosvika ipapo totokunzwirai tsitsi masylum seeker imimi kuti ava vangalidi tingakukonzeresai. Musazvifurire, tisapfurira nezvatikona taona Sabina. You cannot skip it. Actually, it works in your favor. Because kana mwana wako nguva yehondo aive musoja waitoramba kuti hasi mwana wako. If you understand madimikiro angu, anybody who is an asylum seeker right now, who is in a revolutionary mood, he is part of us, but he cannot lead. Ngatenge kunyekutanga madofo kuzvikutaura pana pazvinzwi. Saka tikataura sokunge tiri kunongedzerana, aiwa haisiriyo nyaya. We are saying
Senor Sekuru, if I can ask you, when was the last time you knew Kuchisimba Chikanza was in Zimbabwe? Thank you. If you could reply in the most respectful manner.
I've never heard of an occasion where Simba is in Zimbabwe.
Okay, when was the last time you had Uncle Jet and Auntie Jenny in Zimbabwe? Please reply me in a respectable manner. Don't go move forward.
I've never, except for storytellers that they tell about things that were happening many years ago.
Okay, I'll leave it back to you. Thank you.
Right. Thank you. Uncle Senior, be careful what you say about other people, because you are, as far as I'm concerned, you're not gonna go America, and the Uncle Jeza and the Simba Chikanza, they live in the UK, and you don't live with them.
Can you
And
specify? I'm a very good listener. What is it
okay,
that I should be careful?
well, you're contradicting yourself, because if you're a good listener, you won't be interrupting me. So that's a contradiction, they say.
I'm a contradictory person, but can you please just elaborate? What exactly do you mean by?
Well, a good listener does not
No.
interrupt.
Let's not talk cheap politics. I want to hear the critical thing that I should be careful about. What is it? I want to listen. I'm saying I'm a good listener, as in I will listen.
Okay. I'll tell you. Okay, and if you don't mind, don't interrupt me while I'm telling you. Basically, ndakudza kuti imimi, be careful, because amugare na Uncle Jeza na Auntie Jeza na Auntie Jane. Amugare na Simba Chikanza. Saka, you are in America, you do not know their movements. Amuzive kuti vanotraveler. They do not need to be broadcasting and trumpeting to the whole world.
As far as I'm concerned, I never saw them traveling anywhere.
Because they've
But
got
what you are saying, Marlon, I'll tell you, it's nonsensical. If you want me to know what I don't know, that is stupid. I'm sorry to say. I simply said I don't know. I've not heard. So there's nothing. There's no legal. No, Nakataura Nezuro. Maybe I'm intelligent, guys.
Well, I know. I've not seen any country they've traveled to.
Very simple. When last I've not heard, I've not seen them. There are no connotations there. Not even. Let's not create whatever is not there. I'm done.
Okay.
Thank you, Senior.
No, thank you very much. But all I just wanted to establish, I'm gonna go back to that private and confidentiality. I'm not gonna be going here on WhatsApp, I mean on Facebook. Ndashika ku Zimbabwe. Honai, it's me Mason now. Look at me, Zimbabwe. I'm doing for the country, I'm doing for the people. I'm here fighting for Zimbabwe. No. You know
Most people would do it in that kind of caliber. I would do it.
Okay, but some people respect their privacy and confidentiality.
But most statistics.
Okay, that's cool. Let's not lose.
We need to be really careful, like what Senior was trying to say. We need to be careful with the people who are fighting for us. Are they really fighting for us, or are they fighting for themselves?
Well, the thing is, don't look for other people. You fight for yourself. You are Zimbabwean.
If I need to fight for myself, trust me, I wouldn't be on Facebook. I wouldn't be doing lives trying to look for like-minded people or trying to enlighten people.
Okay, that's your personal choice. But as I'm gonna go back to Saka, moving forward, should we start to be maybe Isusu TV confidence of our own intellect, our own intelligence and our own capability? Because the reason why we are always talking about my sanctions. Look at what they did. How about us? Why
because when I look at people like William Chinyanga, they're pro-black, they're pro-Zimbabwean, but they never fight against sanctions. And it makes me wonder why.
Ndozvandikutaura masisa Sabina kuti instead of zvataurwa naSignoro and zvataurwa naRasta, and Rasta echoed it the same thing. Ndekuti instead of fighting kuti please forgive us with the sanctions, chimbotipawo grace period, isusu, let's just do our own thing, right? Ngatingoita our own thing. Let's create jobs. We don't need foreign investors. And because we are complaining with we have got 99% employment because there's no foreign investment. Why are we looking for a foreign investment? Why can't we create jobs in Zimbabwe? Grassroots. We need to stop this messiah mentality. We've got this savior who's going to come and save us. Let's save ourselves, us, Isusu.
So we need to stop people who are acquiring foreign status for their own ego. Go ahead, Rasta.
Inini ndikuti vanhu vakatsvaga foreign status whichever way, vamwe vakaita nekuroora mamadred vakarora chembera, vamwe vakasika salam. It's none of our business. Vanhu vane mawiro avakaita akasiyana siyana zvinene, so vanototumidzira mari muodremit foreign currency chitokusvaka kuzimba. Pane point yangu ndepekuti zvesu mazimba ngatibatane vari kudiaspora nevari kumba. Vari kudiaspora vane knowledge yemafactory mavangu vachishanda umu nedata reindustrialization
tikatanga
rimo.
kufumurana
Saka vodzora kumba knowledge, so nimbopedza vodzoka knowledge yavari kubata. Mamining kunokarurana nemazimba, mamining engineers overseas, they are Zimbabweans. The chief doctors are Zimbabweans. So the top expertise overseas are Zimbabweans. So meaning that they're capable of doing it. But we don't have that self-confidence and trust in each other. Every Zimbabwean is suspicious of another Zimbabwean. And I've been in here a very long time. But Nini, I don't like the political talk and all that political whatever. And I have nothing to hide. And I got Zimbabwe and all I knew was ZANU-PF and Robert Mugabe. So when I come here, I met with the Rastas, and I don't have anything against MDC, you know, and I don't really like that to be the source of our discussion. So I couldn't have been an asylum seeker. And I got to kuti vanhu vakashauta bob ndinoti someone ndichishauta chipresident yangu kune vamwe varungu mamazimba vachindizvo iwewe uri munhu wezano chichichichi ndikati ndiri munhu wezimbabwe ndakadzakwa kuti hamaru mugabe was my role model. I have nothing to hide. Yeah, my business. Simira ndichipedza nyaya yangu saka ini ndakatouyawo kandichiudza kuti
MDC Rasta. When I came to this country, I was pushed to be an MDC.
Yeah, you can be pushed, but Rasta no change.
Can I just say something?
Yes,
After I became an MDC, for some reason, I changed to support ZANU because press racism up. And then I started understanding what Mugabe said. And then after that, I'm not political. I don't support MDC. I don't support
that's where
ZANU.
I am now.
Because both of them, to me, are dangerous.
Me as a Rastaman, don't follow politics. The only thing I started seeing was that the Rastas were respecting Mugabe as part of the Rasta movement is the empowerment of black people. So that's what they were showing me, a side that I had not learned from within my own country.
This is why sometimes I hang around Rasta. Sorry, I respect you too much, and I want you to draw those dogs. But for some reason, this is why I play with white people, because to me, they're more black. This is why I play with Jamaicans, because to me, they're more black. When I play with my own Zimbabwean people,
Zimbabweans are British in black skin. No, they are British in black skin. My Zimbabweans from that color. Don't be fooled by the skin. Don't be fooled by the skin. My Zimbabweans are British. When I speak in my Jamaican accent, I don't want to Jama. But kutaura ne accent yechirungu yama Australian. They say, how you going, Mike? You having a beautiful day? I'm a good Zimbabwean. Ndikatanga kutaura nechijama varungu avandituke hapana munhu anondowanzira. mazimbabwe ndoega anondowanzira ndatanga kutaura nemwe accent besides what they want me to be, which is zimbabwe ndosadata british and saka ukada kudeviata pane izvozvo ganda rinogona kunyepera. Vamwe vachiri mapuppets esystem yese atisatani black empowerment knowledge.
We're actually mightier than puppets, darling.
Very good point you've just made, you two. I was listening to your conversations, and Mataure point is very, very interesting. They could Zimbabweans, do they have self-pride of who they are and their nation and their history and everything about them? The second point, they could I think you touched upon it, Rasta. Kuma foreign countries kune manager wemu mine, kune manager wemu restaurants, kana wemu hospital, but we can't do that in Zimbabwe. But yet we are working and we've got all these positions ku diaspora koko. Saka vanhu ku diaspora chizvi zvamakadzidza, and why you not investing the same knowledge zvamakadzidzwa kumba kwenyu?
Thank you. That's a good question, and I like that question. Because knowledge yoyoka BHP is an Australian company. I didn't know mine kana platinum Zimba yakawanda iri based kunoko, and it's one of the biggest companies kunoko. Saka vanhu vari kubva kuZimbabwe vari kushanda ikoko vane knowledge yakawanda iri hands on. Chero vanopinda mukomba makorokoza aya they have hands on of practical experience inogona kupfura munhu akanodzidza zvinhu zvezvo because naturally they are now good at it. So having said it, what we're lacking is processing plants within Zimbabwe. which could be expensive initially, but in the long run, it will benefit the country more. So as far as I see it, tungoleka confidence asatambozviita as a young
No, we are not
nation.
lacking confidence.
Tinoleka, and
People
takatozviprova
who are
that tileka.
leading. I'm sorry,
No, it's easy.
pane
We
mumwe
like to
munhu
blame.
atori padenga penyu, pane mumwe ari padenga penyu, okay?
But
We're lacking confidence of the people we believe to be the ones who are going to show us the light. But at least do we know that those people who are leading us are also asylum seekers who don't want anything to be good for Zimbabwe unless they become good. So once
no,
we
I know. I get your point.
differentiate that, we understand where we stand.
I guess what you're saying, my sister Sabina, ndekuti Zimbabwe mafungire edu sindeti mazvake as long as inini ndichiguta, as long as inini ndichifeeda mhuri yangu, as long as I can get my piece of the cake, vamwe vese ndekwavo vanozvionera vega.
And this is what Mukoma Masimba has been trying to say all along. But the most selfish people are the ones who ignored Masimba because they knew that Masimba was going to expose their secrets of selling the country. The most people who sell the country, they don't want any development for Zimbabwe. Thus, they produce the most negative results about Zimbabwe.
Wow.
Yes.
Great point.
Good point.
So should there be a dialogue and a connection between diaspora and home and the Vanwari Kumba? Like can the government of Zimbabwe work with the diaspora? Could she?
Well, I personally think.
Sister Sabina.
Sorry about that.
Ask the diaspora. Zimbabwe is very educated. We've got very educated people, eloquent people. We've got a very, very top positions. We can either debate them with Zimbabwe and forget about it because Zimbabweans, we've got the intellect. So ku diaspora who have been there 10, 20, 30 years, whatever it is, and they've aimed and they've learned the system of governance, how companies are generated, how to run a successful company, whether in different sectors and different industry. Should there not be some kind of a dialogue? You could see this is our government.
Well, it's a catch-22. It's a catch-22 between a British passport and you supporting your government. So this is where we also find corruption amongst most publicists or those who call themselves to be journalists in Zimbabwe.
Okay, and the other thing, I'm gonna let you, Rasta, maybe finish off. You're gonna have the last word. The other thing, Yanango Fungon, I think Vanweku. This is me personally. This is what I think. Vanweku, our Zimbabwe government, if you're coming from a diaspora, whether you've got an opinion or anything, Vanufuzorochi, watengwa nevarungu, Kalochi. You've got a sinister motive. You are trying to maybe throw the government away, or you're trying to do this and that. I've trust. I mean, they don't have trust in the moon. What can you talk about from outside the country? And Rasta, please go ahead. You can say whatever you want to say, or come up with anything else you want to say.
I think that reason of mistrust sometimes it don't go based on the fact that you don't know each other. So you can base whatever you know on someone because you don't know them on assumption. You might think they're an agent working against the government or an agent trying to work against the country. As a security issue, they have to monitor us more, which I understand. And ndakatopindawo busy kutopinda kutodzikonziwongo wachideso wafamba sei wendo nyika dzipi soja. So I know those things. Inenge ringori suspicion yekuti vanhu vari kubva kunze ava, especially atori mamwe mumazimbabweans. So we Zimbabweans, worst enemy is isusu mazimbabweans, right? unotofanira kutotya mumwe muzimbabwe ndikupfuura mumwe munhu aritori kunze kana uri kunze sepandika kunokuku nzira dzandafamba dzakawanda nehondo dzandaita dzakasiyana-siyana ende always ndaingoavoida mamasekos everudzi rwangu bcause ndaiona kunge ruzhongwe kana panorovana nekwadza navanhu idzi mazimba against mazimba magwara zvikasvika kune manationalities kana takusvika kumasuda nevamwe vehondo chaivo chaivo vakabva uku venharo chaivo chaivo mazimba anopeta muswe asi mazimba iwo kuti vakwadzane vega nekushoropodzana zvandakadzidza its very easy saka sisi kubudira kwedu kuchanetsa pakuti we are our worst enemy until we reconcile with ourselves then tichazoprogressa nekuti kunzeuka academically most chela zvinonzi mazimbabweans out of all the immigrant groups are the highest literacy. They are the highest GDP pama groups akauya most chela
trying to say is this,
so
even if you were worker, you're an asylum seeker, it doesn't mean that you can't stand for your country. But
yes,
what
you can.
we are seeing by most asylum seekers, it's like they're wishing bad on their own country. I'm gonna give examples of asylum seekers. Number 1, populations. Number 2, Simba. Number 3, Jenny. Number 4, dead. And we carry on. And then if you look deep into them, you realize these people don't want unity. And when you ask, why don't they want unity? It's because they are going to compromise their home office status. This is why they continue to discredit Zimbabwe. I do apologize for what I've just said.
No, you don't need to apologize. Regret is a waste of emotion. You should always speak your mind and speak your heart. If that's what you feel and that's what you think, do not apologize for anything, my sister. Okay, we're gonna go to the final closure, a final statements, and I'm gonna let you. I don't know, ladies first. Okay, we're gonna start off with my sister Sabina. Can you, after everything that we have talked about, we touched upon so many subjects, and I wish Ango Senior was here, but yeah, can you just give us a closing chapter, a closing summary of what you want to say, please?
Thank you very much, Brother Mason. I just want to say, those who laugh last, laugh the loudest. Okay? So, those people who think we are not going to have togetherness, we are closing in, and we are going to expose you one by one using BhukuReBenzi, because you have shown us who you are. And I'm just going to quote, because my brother Mason, who is a Boeing 777 and a Go Deeper member, is that I've always said, people who don't want unity, then what do they want? If we look at the people who don't want to compromise and to unite and make Zimbabwe a better place, are the people who are individualists. And I want to exclude the Simeli, because the Simeli has shown me a spirit of compromise. But I will not include Zimbabweans. Neither will I include my favorite couple, Auntie Jenny and Uncle Dad, until they humble themselves, say they are nothing, they are just like all of us, until we Zimbabweans are the same, because we are, at the end of the day, we are not Americans, we are not Zambians, we are not South Africans. All those countries are better than us. We are left with us. Even Guinea is not better than us. So humble yourselves. you celebrities, and you journalists who are not qualified because we are actually closing in and we've got nothing to hide. And Patrick Lumumba, not your Ace Lumumba in Zimbabwe, we're talking about the real Patrice Lumumba, made it clear that Zimbabwe can only function as one. Oh, it's very hard for us to accept that Zimbabwe can only function as one. Even President Mugabe said, for as long as we function as one, that means we must not have any opposition. We must be the same because we love each other as brothers and sisters. Until that is implemented, then we as Zimbabweans, we will not see the light. Until we move as one. I'll give you an example. When Mugabe died, we all cried to death. Even the world didn't expect that we were going to cry for ex-President Mugabe that way. That is the same way we are going to cry from Mnangagwa. That is the same way we are going to cry Chamisa. So why should we have a party on a funeral, yet we can have a party on reconciliation? I'm sorry, Brother Mason, but thank you for giving me this platform.
No, you're welcome. You're welcome, my sister. And I totally echo everything that you just said. And I agree with everything that you just said. And you're absolutely right. And if I could just add on to something, Deputy, let's have some self-love. Let's not be individualistic people. Let's not be selfish. We are one country. We are Zimbabwe. We all come from one family, a family called Zimbabwe. Saka, there is no MDC, there's no ZANU PF, there's no somebody who announced ZANU PF can do MDC. We are all Zimbabwean people, whether Shona, Ndebeles, whatever tribe that you come from, we're all one people. So if we've got love and care for each other, we can make Zimbabwe great again. Let's make it great Zimbabwe. We can make it great Zimbabwe.
Thank you very much, my brother. That brings us to the point: who divided us? Divide and conquer.
Exactly. That's an interesting topic that we're gonna take it from me and you. There's Brother Mason Sabina show, who divide and conquer, and we are going in the territory of colonization. Why was there a division between the tribes in Zimbabwe, and why is I know that some people they create some imaginary rivalry between the tribes, but we know we're one people. But we know somebody caused that division. So this is what we're going to be talking about next time. This is our topic for our next show.
And would you believe that the white people actually no longer believe in division? But we, the black people, actually believe more in division.
Well, absolutely. They created division for us, and we bought the illusion, right? It's an illusion because there's no division really, but we bought it. And evil, they do not believe in illusion. You're absolutely right. If like a seer isusu, now takuti we mundebere, we muchakoti, we mashona, we chakoti. Yet we are one people. As a matter of fact, I don't know if you know this, my sister. Before the 18th century, because Ndoko Kaitwachi Berlin Conference, I think it was at the end of the 18th century, there was a Berlin Conference when Africa was carved into borders. All those borders are imaginary borders. They were imaginary. Vanhu vakangogara patable vakati let's carve Africa. Iya kunzi South Africa, iya kunzi Zimbabwe, iya kunzi Botswana, iya kunzi Mozambique. The people in Mozambique are actually the Mashona people. I don't know if you know this.
Mason, if I can just ask you a very silly question to my professor, yeah? These birds, the oldest bird is 67 years old and it's a seabed, yeah? Does it travels at least 3 million miles a year, right? Who gives it a passport?
Exactly. Exactly. I know, Kuti, my sister, you always bring on immigration. You always bring my asylum seekers and everything. Isusu, when we come to Europe, to these Western countries, we all came documented, Nema paper. When they came to Zimbabwe in the 13th century, none of them were documented. None of them even had passports.
So why are we not allowed to speak as it is?
None of that clears means we are settling, right? Saka, the audacity of these people to come to
Can you hear me?
yeah. Can you hear
Yeah,
me?
go ahead.
Did you hear what I've just said?
No, just tell me the last 10 seconds.
Right. Basically, what I said is this: Mataura immigration, asylum seekers. I mean, when we come to all these Western countries, whether in Europe or in America, we come with the documentation, to know any passports, to know any visa, and all of those things. And we go through the immigration checks, and we go through the asylum process, whatever it is, no matter how you come. But evil, when they came to Zimbabwe, when they came to Africa, most of them, I think all of them, they didn't even come with any documentation, none whatsoever. Avanabo through immigration, avanabo through anything. Now we are settling in this country called Zimbabwe. And not only that, they even had the audacity to even rename the countries. Mashingo the Fort Victoria. Zimbabwe, they call it Salisbury. So they even, not only did they just come undocumented and without anything, like, no, listen, we're taking over everything.
And what was Africa? What was the real name for Africa?
Africa, the real name for Africa, to be quite honest, I can't tell you, because Africa is actually a Greek name. Nekuti, the word Africa is actually a Greek transliteration of Libya, because Libya, and Africa actually means a dark world or a dark land or a people of dark colored people. That's what it means, right? So I do not know. Zimbabwe was not called Zimbabwe. We only called it Zimbabwe in 1980 because Zimbabwe means a house built of stones. That's what it's called. What it was called before then, I do not know. Because we, us modern people, we call it Zimbabwe, and in Zimbabwe we got it from the name, the Zimbabwe ruins, a house built of stones. We used to have a monarchy, and we used to have a royal empire, the Monomotapas and everything, and this royal empire used to rule the land that you call Mozambique and South Africa, and its central state or its central city was in the country that you call Zimbabwe.
I think I heard that Africa was called Umuntu or Ubuntu, yeah, which means a human being. Umuntu or Ubuntu or Ubuntu, and that was all changed.
Yes, you're right. You're slightly right. Uh, Ubuntu comes from the word Bantu, and the Bantu is a tribe of people, a group of people, and the Bantu people, they got North Africa, the place now, the place you call Cameroon, Nigeria, and next to Libya and even Egypt. So these group of people, they emigrated down south about 3,000 years ago, and when they emigrated down south, Ubuntu, and Ndova and Isusu, the Zimbabweans, I mean the Shonas and the Develas were all Ubuntus, were all Bantu people. But Sakatitorima foreigners as well in that land that we call Zimbabwe. You know that topography, that geographical mass that we call Zimbabwe. We are actually
Mm-hmm.
foreigners because there were already people like Garemomom, like the McCoy sons, Vanguard Masan people. So
Mm-hmm.
the sons really are the origin. You know those cavemen or the bushmen.
Mm.
Those are the original people in the land now called Zimbabwe. It's also we are actually for Titorima asylum seekers is also Zimbabwe because we emigrated from up north, going down south.
So would you support one world, one president?
Um, one world, one president. You see, history. Whenever you want to learn something, my sister, you need to look at the history because always history repeats itself, no matter
Mm.
what. History always repeats itself. So if you want to see a pattern or if you want to see the trajectory of how things are going, always look at history. Now, isusu in our tradition and culture, tanga tiri vanhu vaiva kuti chi tine madzinza and we used to have chiefs. Saka a chief angari is somebody who rules a certain group of people, localized. Our leadership was localized. Taka tisina chi munhu kuti anobva aita zvinhu zvese and is looking after everybody. Saka kana muchiti we need to have a one world government in one world. I don't know. Maybe. Who knows? Who knows? Maybe it might work. But in what I do know, they could before 1898 actually, or 1888, there was a Berlin conference in Germany. Before then, that continent that you call Africa, it wasn't divided. So all those borders could nyika izonzi Nigeria, izonzi Algeria, izonzi Zimbabwe, izonzi Botswana. There was a group of men vakagara patable and they carved Africa to their own liking.
Can I correct you there? Yeah. Well, when the countries and the continent were divided, it was because of plagues. It was because of volcano and earthquake, which divided Africa from India and Africa from South America. So it
Oh,
wasn't really individuals. It was natural before that, because Africa and India were one. Africa and South America were also one, but the plagues divided it.
okay. Yes. You're right. And we're totally talking about two different things because Africa ika divide wa. No, I'm talking about the countries, the group of people. Kuti nyika izonzi Nigeria, izonzi Zimbabwe, izonzi South Africa, izonzi Botswana. Before then, there wasn't none of that. Saka my boundaries, I'm not my borders, they were just imaginary. What you're talking about is continental tectonic shifts. Kuti ma mass
Okay.
ma place and ma continents aka divider. Yes, you're right. Nekuti
Mhm.
mukana plate ye South America ne even plate ye I think it's Magadas, is it Mauritius or I don't know. And mukana even America, see Australia, to fit in where it came from. In the past, before there was only two land masses. Pane one in the Eurasia, yeme in the
Mhm.
Gondwana land. Saka there was only one land mass. But in the passage of time, yes, vakazongo divided. You're right.
Okay, my brother. So, do you think you yourself, as a Zimbabwean and standing for Zimbabweans who are millions, right? You can stop the one world order and the one president. Do you think you can stop that? And do you really think it's coming as well?
Well, I'm an individual, my sister Sabina, and
Mhm.
I don't have the resources, I don't have the powers, I don't have the monies to effect anything. But what I have is just a mouth Saka I can use my mouth and my zvandinoziva ndoya ndichitaura nemi kana taura namukoma Masimba kana taura naMr Mawere and yeah, Saka I can only share my ideas to you. Whether I effect a change, I don't have the capability to do that, but I can tell you what I think, and whoever is gonna listen to me, vanenge vane ma resources achona, who's got the monies or the powers, who knows? Kana vachibelieve ne philosophy ya Mason, maybe they can uh, go through with what I think. But
So
personally,
what do you think of coronavirus? Yeah, has it infected nations, countries, or what do you call it? Sorry, I've forgotten. Continents.
so your question is, has coronavirus affected countries?
Has coronavirus affected nations, or countries, or towns, or continents?
Okay. Kana muchiti, has coronavirus affected countries? Zvinorevechi, what's your question?
I'm asking, Kuti, has coronavirus discriminated? Has it been turned into a segment, or it's a whole? Could it affected nationals, countries, or continents?
Okay.
Coronavirus itself.
Okay. All right. Good question. Um, as you know, Kuti, because you know the economies of so many countries are at halt, and
Mm-hmm,
people are suffering more than ever. And
mm-hmm.
yes, if that's your question, Kuti, has coronavirus has it affected the day-to-day living of people? Of course, it has. And
Continentally or nationally or country-wise.
continental, well, globally, really.
Okay.
Yeah. What do you know about coronavirus?
What I think about coronavirus, Brother Mason, is that they tried to introduce to us climate change. And the truth is that not a lot of us gave a shit. And they thought, okay, let us bring coronavirus, which will make everybody at attention. But coronavirus is almost the same as climate change, but people didn't take climate change seriously. So coronavirus is almost the same, and that could introduce a new world order and one president. So what we are crying about, NBC, when it comes to the new world order, that is actually ancient, because eventually we could be led by one president and one world order because of coronavirus. Coronavirus has made it clear that we can all communicate, all countries, all continents, we can all communicate in 1 minute. So why can't we communicate to one president and then we bring peace to the world? What if coronavirus is just a highlight that all of us can work in one order?
Wow. Wow. Very, very philosophical. Very, very, very.
Including Amnangagwa,
Yeah.
including Ramaphosa, who Mkoma Masimba is crying for, but he's been made to wear masks. That means we are now conforming to the system which has been created, but you were not conforming to climate change. So, would you think the new world order and one president could bring sanity to the whole world instead of us having different presidents, different tribes, different countries?
Wow. Very, very interesting. Very, very interesting thing you just said there, Sister Sabina. Um, I am not against the idea of a centralized government, one people. And I'm not against the idea of because borders are artificial. You're a human being. No human being should be allowed or disallowed kuti hakwasi kuenda kwakati hakwasi kuenda kwakati. Mapa example yechi ye sheria ya matauro. Are you still there? Yeah. And if there's anything in life, we are natural creation. We are natural beings. And if there's anything that we need to do, my sister Dekuti, we always need to emulate and copy what nature does. Saka ngatidzidzire kuzve zvinoitwa nenature. Mhuka hadzina maboundaries. Mhuka dzinongoenda kwadzinongoenda. As a matter of fact, there is this bird inoita migration every summer. Kana kune summer ku Europe, inoenda kuchi, inouya ku Europe. Kana kune summer ku Africa, inoenda ku Africa. And there's no immigration checks, there is no asylum seeking, there's no detention center, there's no none of that. It does just go naturally, and it goes to what it needs, because it needs warmth and it needs a good atmosphere. Saka isusu, we have created this virtual, artificial way of living in Zimbabwe. And if you want to go to Zimbabwe, you need this documentation, and you need this and that. We are natural beings, right? Saka see, Chilima natural beings, that is this piece of land, yeah, yet not a world or earth. Do you know what? It's just a tiny fraction of a universe. Because in the universe itself, there's about 1,000 billions of earths, right? Saka isusu, this little piece of landmass, yet not the earth. Kanataku creator, you know, divisions always create hostility, and that's the reason why Africa is not what it is supposed to be. Nokuti Africa is made up of 54 countries, right? Now, United States of America is actually made up of 54 countries. These
Thank
are
you
50.
very much. Please let me stop you there, because Ramurudothareshka, Nganishtofunga something which was coming to my brain here. Yesterday I was watching a French video on Facebook, yeah, and this French black guy was in France, and he was next to the tremors, Matrenai, okay? And he was he was in the CBD of France, and he was trying to illustrate that, look, guys, what the French have done. Everything around us looks beautiful in France. But when you go to Africa, it's like you're back in 1801. So that really means the 54 presidents in Africa, they've absolutely failed, because they are individualists and they think of themselves, whereas the Europeans, they think of themselves, but mostly shares refer to their people, even though I actually don't think Kuti technology is a progression. I believe in the land.
Yes. Well, very good point. Nekuti, imagine just a hypothetical scenario. Imagine they tangatiri munyika, the United States of Africa, right? A United States of Africa, maybe Toitachi, the capital city in South Africa, right? Yeah, we'll make South Africa as our capital city, and tiri one people. Hakuna ma borders, hakuna anything. The visa free, there is a trade, there is anything. Tina one president, and we can probably make the government city. Let's call it Ethiopia, because it's the oldest nation in the whole of Africa, right? Sakachi, let's say Ethiopia, dokune government yenu. Saka our president will be in Ethiopia, right? Tiri one people, right? And every so-called countries are governors, not presidents, but governors, right? And these governors, vanouya vachitaura na president, or they will have an assembly in Ethiopia, right? Tine currency yedu one United States a dollar or United States, whatever.
African.
United States African. Yes, that's a good name. That's our currency there, right? And yes, our children and our people are free to move, free to trade, free to do everything. Till tese. But varungu vakati divide. They did not want us to think like that. That's why Tina was telling you, uyu mumosken uyu, ma South Africans, ma Nigerian, 411, chaku. Right? So they've created this hostility. Imagine, just imagine.
My brother Mason, this is where Boeing 777 does not say she has arrested the case, but I will say I have arrested my case.
What do you mean?
I've arrested my case.
You've given up.
No, I've just arrested my case from all the conversation. We got where we wanted to be.
Yes. Okay, you've rested your case. What do you think? Is
So
there any
I've
hope?
arrested.
Is there any hope? Is there any daylight down the tunnel?
Well, the truth is that yes, as human beings, we just need to look forward to the new world order, which is being introduced by coronavirus, which we never thought that even Mnangagwa or Ramaphosa could conform to. But coronavirus has made them fall down. So there's something ahead, which is most likely the new world order, one president and one world.
Oh yeah, definitely. We are venturing into a new normal, a new territory where everything is centralized and there's one governmentship. Yes, we know that. It's
So
almost like
Zimbabweans, actually, for us, we need to stop wasting time on 2023 elections because coronavirus has actually showed us that things can change anytime, any minute.
okay. So instead of focusing on the elections, what do you think we should be doing?
Well, I've got no solutions, my brother.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Okay. So, okay. Do you see hope in Zimbabwe? Do you see Zimbabwe ever changing?
I personally think coronavirus is changing a lot of countries for almost the positive, but coming out of the negative. I think we're being aligned to the new world order, to the one president, whether we like it or not. Because if you just see Amnangaga wearing a mask, it makes you understand he's conforming to a certain system. What if coronavirus is man-made? Who knows?
Well, now very interesting. We don't want to venture into the territory of conspiracy theory, but yes,
It's not conspiracy in a way, because the truth is that God produced the biotics and antibiotics, yin and yang.
yeah, you've
So
got
if we can't find the cure of coronavirus, it's definitely not God made, because God made the virus and he made the antivirus. This is why the world sustained itself. But right now we can't sustain the cell ourselves because this coronavirus cure has not been found, which clearly shows us we are being pushed to one
well,
place.
well, I know exactly what you're talking about, and I know, and I'm totally 100% in agreement with what you're saying right now, because what's actually happening. And whenever after this live, please go and Google the Bilderberg group. Bilderberg. Yeah, the Bilderberg is a group of very powerful individuals that meet every year in Switzerland, and basically they come up with agendas of the world. So these are very, very powerful. You're talking about the Bill Gates, you're talking about the Rockefellers, the Rothschilds, these kind of people that they meet every year and they come up with agendas. Now, going back to our coronavirus is a virus. A virus can never be treated, right? That's
No,
number
it
one.
can be treated by antivirus. That means white blood cells and red blood cells.
What
You
exactly?
can find them.
When I said it can't be treated, I'm talking about medicine or any of those things, right?
Can
Because
still be treated. Any disease which is not really treated according to my studies is man-made,
ex-
because God created Satan and God bad and good.
exactly, because your body and my body, we've got what's
Mm,
called an immune system. Now,
thank you.
an immune system is like my soldier. It's like your defensive mechanism.
Thank
So,
you.
so anything that's foreign or anything that's normal, it can be attacked by your defense system, which has got your immune system. So basically, you are your best doctor and you are your best GP because your immune system can fight off any disease, no matter what it is.
Okay, so would you think that C19 could be the new Jesus?
Well, I do not know. It could be the sage, if the new Jesus, but what I know that a coronavirus is a group of viruses. Okay, coronavirus is not something new. Okay,
Mhm.
it's been there for a very long time.
Okay.
It's one part of the viruses, like SARS, and I think SARS is part of the coronavirus family. Now, um,
When
every,
when was the last time SARS came? Which year?
oh, now you're testing me. Not very long time ago. Not very long time ago. I'm gonna say early 20th century, but I'm not too sure. I'm not too
I
sure.
think it was 1920s. Every 100 years, there
Well,
is a disease which is leashed to the world.
it
I
could,
don't know whether it's for change
it
or
could.
it's
Oh yes. Do you know
conspiracy.
what? You could be right because I think it was called the Spanish flu. Yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
and it killed lots and lots of people, and it became the norm.
Yes, yes. Because I was gonna say to you, Kuchi, every single year, the influenza is flu, and the flu
Hmm.
kills at least 260,000 people a year,
Hmm.
right? And that's way more than coronavirus. But how come there was no mask? There's no public outcry. There's no social distance. There's no nothing, right?
Hmm.
Saka, that raises a question: could the coronavirus yakabva kupi? Is this a global reset? Is it an agenda to recondition to biologically engineer the society? Is it
Yes,
yeah, are we going to the new normal or a new form of governance? So
yes.
are we being conditioned? Are we psychological? Is this a psychological, a behavioral, psychological
Yes,
thing that's
because
going on?
if you look at the way coronavirus has tempted people, not even climate change tempt people to that level. So there is something ahead.
Yeah. You could be right because I don't know if you've noticed that we are actually heading into a financial global crisis, right? And
Hmm.
to tackle the financial global crisis, because what they've been doing, the old system, like the fiat currency, they were creating money out of thin air. They could
Hmm.
the federal government in America, they just print out money. The Bank of England, they just print out money, but I used to back on anything. Saka,
Hmm.
saka the global, they're in crisis. So vashika pa stage kuti they can't keep on printing money. They can't do that. Saka vashika pa stage kuti they need to come up with something. That's why taku in mu digital currency. If you've noticed it, kuti paper money is not going to be there forever. Taku be mu
When
digital
was the
currency.
last time you used money, Mason?
Yeah.
When was the last time you used money? Exchange of
Uh,
money.
mari cheche kubata cheche kudhara. Long time.
Kubata kubhadhara.
Kudhara, my sister Sabina can tell you kudhara. Antombozi 10 pounds, not enough feel say. Antombozi how it looks like now.
Ndauta Masimba, hanzi naMasimba, I need to go and see Amnangagwa Auxilia. Ndikati, listen, you can go there and you can use Mambo Kadzi Sabina. Hanzi, but how do I do it? Ndikati, Mambo Kadzi Sabina, no business card racho iroro. It's not about cash anymore. Because ukaona mari iyoyo ndiyo iri kukonzeresa tsvina dzese izvi. But ininika, my brother, I love
Yeah.
you very much, and I think we are entertaining Zimbabwe. We are not looking for solutions, but tiri kungoita zvatiri kuita izvozvo bhuku rebenzi.
Th-
Saka inini I'm gonna leave it to you. Inini I'm gonna say my last words if you allow me to.
oh, please go ahead, my sister. And thank you very much for having me.
Yes, my last words is this. Pane vamwe vanobhilivha in the Bible, Revelation, and everything. I've never read it, but I would love to think what it says. But the truth is that the situation we are in today is uncontrollable. So all you can just do as a human is to live for now and let everything do together. Because we don't know kuti vana Mnangagwa ava nana Chamisa ndio president of tomorrow here, because it could be just one president. Like they say, ane mari ndiye mukuru. Kana ane mari wacho iyeye ari mukuru aproducer corona virus kuti tese tiite get together iyi, maybe for the benefit of everybody, because isusu takazvarwa nevabereki vekunana 1940 vari kutotaura kutoti Ian Smith paairula, it was better off tichidya matumbu e5 pence than right now we can't even have matumbu e100 bond note. Saka new world order, one president, stop xenophobia nezvimwe zvakadaro, because kuEurope discrimination racial discrimination are all being stopped. I think nepadenga denga apa vakapfuura ana Mnangagwa nana Ramaphosa pane zvavari kuronga. Okay, I don't know whether it's a good thing or whether it's a bad thing, but inini, I arrest my case. I don't rest my case. I arrest my case on the grounds that just look after yourself where you are. That's it. Sorry, my brother. Ndatopedza.
No, thank you very much. Thank you very much. That's it's very fitting. Your conclusion, your summary is very fitting to close this chapter. And if I can just add on something, naturally, good always defeats evil. So after every dark night, there was always a brighter day. Every single day. Sakachi.
Where did good defeat evil? Give me an example.
Well, like I've just said to you, dark night is not good. It's not good for everybody because people can't see, and it's not good for the animals. It's not good for the plants. But you know what?
But it's good to cool the world after 12 hours of heat. It serves its purpose.
Yeah.
I've just asked you a question, my brother. Where did dark defeat light? That's it. Just answer me that question.
No, I said
They're
the other way.
fooling each other.
I said light defeats. I said good defeats evil. So
Good
that means
defeat evil where?
like light defeats darkness.
Like you are saying, if coronavirus was made from evil, then good is going to defeat coronavirus because we've simply prayed.
Oh no. I did not say anything about praying. I
Okay,
did not
give me
say.
an example where good defeated evil. That's it.
Okay, I've just told you, Kutishi, after Maneru, darkness is not good for everybody. So darkness
Who
can be,
says that? Because I love walking my dogs in the dark. I love being in the dark.
but that's you. But who else loves being in the dark? You in the dark, you can't see anything.
Almost 70% love being in the dark.
No, because when you're in the dark, you can unobondera. When you're in the dark, unorasika. When you're in the dark, there's no germination, so it's not good for plants.
So are you trying to say there's no positivity in the dark?
I did not say that. I said I said, after darkness, there's always lightness. Basically,
Would you believe could the moon is the
yeah.
aerial to your hair?
Well, can you enlighten me? What does that mean?
I'll let you dig that deeper. But the moon itself, that she's looking is actually and aerial to your hair. Saka vanhu vaya vanopfeka fake boots and fake everything, they don't align to the moon and the earth
Oh,
and
really?
being worldly. Saka you will dig deeper. But I've also asked you, when did light defeat darkness? Give me an example.
Well, what do you understand by light?
What I'm looking at right now, I woke up at 6:30, and right now it's about almost 5 o'clock, right? And
Hmm.
it's still light, and I feel good. And in the evening, I'm gonna like it because I'm gonna switch on my candles and I'm gonna walk my dogs in the dark and I'm gonna see their eyes flashing. So I love the darkness.
You love the darkness.
And I can sleep. I can sleep because I can't sleep during the day.
So, what would you prefer? Would you prefer living in dark or living in light?
I prefer both.
Okay. All right.
But I cannot say light defeated the dark, because when it was dark, I was getting the benefits of it being dark by resting and sleeping.
Okay. When are you more functional and effective in your day? Is it during the day when there's light, or when it's dark when you're sleeping?
I'm effective during the day, but if the day was going to carry on for 24 hours, that means I'll have a heart attack, which I fear Mukoma Masimba could have because he's not having rest. So it's like making Usain Bolt run for 24 hours. The chances are you will have a heart attack. So you need darkness for you to rest, which is called homeostasis.
Yeah, unfortunately, the laws of nature would not let you live for 24 hours during the day, because that would be detrimental. Unotofa if it was
That then
if,
you've explained yourself
if it
that
was day.
the laws of nature will not let you live like that. This is why we've got darkness. So we
Yeah,
can't say light defeated dark, because darkness is still a positive. It makes us rest.
right. When I said light always good always defeat evil, it was a metaphorical in the sense that zvinhu zvakaipa hazviende for a long time, zvinhu zvakanaka ndo zvinowina. This is what I meant.
What do you mean metaphorical? What is the definition of metaphorical?
Metaphorical ingano example. It's like a proverb. It's like it's an example, to
So when
say
you say ngano, it could be an illusion.
ngano. It's not an illusion. Ngano, it's ngano comes in different in different formats. Ngano dzinokwanisa kuuya as a myth. Ngano
That's
dzinokwanisa.
an illusion, because a myth is not necessarily true.
Well, that's questionable, because a myth is actually true.
A myth, I think a myth is different types of stories said several times.
Not really. A myth is a myth. A myth. Do you know what a myth is?
Give me an example.
No, do you know what a myth is?
I've just asked you, give me an example.
Okay. There are several examples. Hopefully, you're familiar with the examples I'm going to be giving you.
Mhm.
Munoziva kuti Horus akauraya munhu anonzi Set.
I think that's more of a lie than a myth.
That's a mythological story.
Okay, what if I say to you, yeah, Tamba, what you call that game? No, no, what do you call that game? You know, when you throw a stone up and you put in a hole and you take the stones out.
Ah, man, no, I got this.
Nodo,
Nodo.
nodo.
Oh, Nodo. Yes, 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 yeah.
You remember ukakanda one of the objects, yes, somewhere. Zvinonzi nyama yadona somewhere. Okay, okay. Let me make it simple. Nodo is far-fetched because I've forgotten what Nodo is all about. Okay, but zvangofana nongoti ukadongorera munhu asina kupfeka uchaita showera.
Oh,
That's a myth.
yes.
That's a myth.
No, that's a bad omen. anzi mashura inonzi bad omen mashura.
That's a myth because it's not profound.
Right, a myth.
Iwewe zvawataura zvezve zvekuti Horasi akazodai, that's also a myth. So
Okay.
it basically means the Bible is a myth.
No. Okay. Let's go back. Calm down. A myth, yeah, basically, is a story. It's an imaginary story that is told to explain a natural phenomenon.
Thank you very much. I love you. Saka, that myth now, this is where Jesus comes in. So Jesus is the Son of God. But the Son of God was S-U-N, not S-O-N.
Yes. You know me. I'm into metaphysics, and
And
I
I
think
know we know each other.
yeah, we know each other very well, and I think I've touched upon this before. And you know my stance, and my stance is that yes, you're right. Jesus Christ is a mythological character, and Jesus Christ,
And where does the mythological character come from, Mason?
it comes from the scribes and the authors of the Bible. They came up with
No. It comes from astrology.
absolutely. But I'm talking about
What is astrology?
Astrology is the study of the luminaries, is the study of the heavens. Basically, unengochiona zviri kudenga. The story of Jesus. Yeah, since tamubva kupolitics ako Bible, now you are going to religion now. Okay. But you know what? I'm comfortable to talk about this, so that's fine.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, the story of Jesus is a very interesting. And Vanu, if they are your viewers and listeners who are listening right now, I know that you got people who follow you. They need to get their drink, and they need to get something strong right now, because they're gonna be shocked what I'm gonna say to them. Okay. The story of Jesus is a very, very interesting one, because Jesus Christ 2,000 years ago in a land called Judea or Galilee, there was not a person called Jesus. This person or this character is no different from Zeus, Krishna, Horus, Mithras, Quetzalcoatl, Odin. They all belong in the same WhatsApp group. They're all.
So would you accept that it's not different from Mason, Masimba, or Sabina?
Well, Jesus was not a real biological person. Mukoma Masimba is a biological person.
No, but in the context, because the truth is that, not the truth, but what we were meant to believe is that Jesus was tangible, but is somebody with balls to change, like Martin Luther King.
Yes.
Mason, Masimba, and Sabina.
Yes, but Sabina is a real human being, isn't it?
So was Jesus, but he came at least 25 times to earth.
Okay, that's your understanding, but my understanding, they could hear BhukuReBenzi Bible, right? That book, which is called Heliobibliography, yeah, it's called the Holy Bible. Basically, that book is a composition of ancient texts that were compiled together, and these ancient texts were copied from earlier texts which are not in existence right now. Okay, now the character you called Jesus, yeah, akaformulatwa 2,000 years ago nevano vakanyora Bible, and these people are called the Essenes. And Bible, New Testament, you've got the four Gospels: Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, they were not, and I repeat, they were not disciples of Jesus Christ. This is a book that was written according to Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. So that the people who wrote those Bibles, those books, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, are not Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. Let's get that right. Secondly, the first book actually to be written.
Who are they?
Miraika, I'm getting there. The first book that was actually written in the New Testament was not even Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. Even I know to mukavura New Testament, munovura book rakanzi Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. The first book that was actually written in the New Testament was actually the epistles or the letters of Paul. Paul. And this was actually written in the in AD 33. AD 33. Now, Munanonze Paul, the real name is Apollonius. Apollonius, he was actually he was a Gnostic. And I will next time I will describe about Gnostics, not really. But after the book of the epistles or the letters of Paul, the first book that was actually written is Mark. It was the book of Mark. It was written in AD 70. Now, according to the biblical scholars, vanoti Jesu akazvarwa in year 1 akafa in year 33. Second, the book of Mark was written in AD 70. So we're talking about 40 years later after the assumed birth and death of Jesus Christ. And the second book, rakanyorwa, rakirichikopa the book of Mark, rinonzi the book of Matthew, rakanyorwa in AD 90, or in other words, 20 years later after the book of Mark. And the book of Luke, rakanyorwa in AD 100. So about 30 years later after the book of Mark, and the last book obviously was the book of John. Now 110, the year 110. Now,
so you're trying to say that the book was written in different centuries, basically.
Definitely, that's a fact. That's a fact. It's a fact. Those books were not written like in the same year or in the same.
Yeah.
They were written. Yeah, no, that's a fact. And as a matter of fact, mabuku akanyorwa anga kawandisa, Sister Sabina. There is actually a compilation of books, the Apocrypha. Now, the Apocrypha, in my books, there is actually a gospel of Barnabas, a gospel of Judas, a gospel of Mary, a gospel of Thomas, and a gospel of Yevamwevano. These books were not included in the Bible. Don't ask me. Mati?
Kuseipa snatch weshe.
What's Chiwesha? What's Chiwesha?
Chiweshe kavanhu umusha kwedu. Kana chiweshe.
I don't know. I don't know.
Pasina maboy, alright. Maboy. Ma South Africans, ma Nigerians, same Bible momo musina vani vana.
Well, that's exactly you need to ask yourself. Why is there no African who wrote a Bible? Yet we know the civilization, and yet we know humankind, life actually started from Africa. And we know the first people were actually black pigmented people like you and me. So how come there were no authors in the Bible who were Africans, who were Zimbabweans? You tell me. Adilka. Right.
So how do you feel when people say in Jesus Christ, Amen? And please, let me hold your words. The last person I heard saying that was the president of Zimbabwe, Mnangagwa. In Jesus Christ, Amen. What do you think about it when you hear that statement according to what you've collected or what you've researched?
I think we are in very dangerous position. I think we are being led. It's literally like the blind leading the blind, because if Mr. Mnangagwa had the knowledge that I know, you would know that there was never a person called Jesus Christ. As a matter of fact, the letter J was not in existence until the 16th century, because it's an English letter. There was no a letter called J. So
when you say 16th century, Brother Mason?
I did it in the 20th century, so I'm talking about 400 years ago. Right. See, I did it to 16. A century, a century takes 100 years, isn't it?
Mhm.
Yeah, saka 16 to 17 is 100. Saka kana uri mu 16th century uri between 16 and 7 and the year 1700.
Okay, go ahead. So we
Yeah.
had no J then. We had no J.
There was no J. Saka
So
before
what
the
are you
16th.
trying to say?
What I'm trying to say, there's not a person called Jesus Christ, because the Bible, the authors of the Bible, ndakuza devakanyora in the 100 in AD 70 in the first century. So we are talking about 2,000 years ago. Remember, we are using a Roman calendar at the moment. And in the moment, do you know why we are in the year 2020, Koshino? Do you know why?
No.
Okay. It's a Roman calendar system. Yekuti, we are basing our calendar system nezva Jesu. Tinoti Jesu akazvarwa 2,000 years ago. That's why we are in 2020 iko zvino. Saka we are saying Jesus akazvarwa about 2020 years. Saka pakazvarwa Jesu.
Hold on a minute. Because it's 4 billion years old.
Well, now you are asking me a very interesting question.
Why can't Jesus be 4 billion years old?
Because
I'm stupid, I'm dumb.
okay, that's good. No, at least you're here to learn, so that's fine. And you, as my sister, I've got time for you. Don't explain
Thank you, brother.
everything you need, everything you need to know. Now, the reason why it's in the 2020, they could taigara under the Roman law and the Roman calendar system. So it was the Romans who designed this calendar system that we have, and obviously the Romans are the ones who promulgated and came up with the Bible through the Roman Catholic Church. So we are living in the Roman system, and ndiova katichi Jesu akazvarwa 2020 years ago. Saka dosaka chinzi, that's why kune inonzi AD and BC. BC zvinoreva before Christ. Kana mukanzwa the word the letters BC, it means
before Christ, did it have a Bible before Christ?
There was no Bible. No.
There was no Old Testament.
There was no Old Testament. No.
Okay, go ahead.
Right. Saka Saka tine BC and AD. AD, it's actually a Roman Latin name. You know, the Anno Domini. And Anno Domini or Anno Domini is after Christ. Right? Saka the calendar system that we have ndekuti pakazvarwa Jesu, which is the year of the Lord. Ichi about 2020 years ago. It was the year 1. They call it year 1, right? So our calendar system is not based on anything else. It's based on Jesus. It's based on Jesus, right? That's why the Muslims, they've got a different calendar system, because their system it depends on Muhammad. Okay, Saga do our system a different system of measuring time that we have now. Imimi Mati, how come the world is 4 billion? Yes, you're right. The earth itself is 4 billion years old, and in anthropology, if you go to anthropology and my archaeologists, they will tell you, Kudishi, the oldest bones dzakaonekwa, they're the oldest human being, ainzi Lucy and Anzi in Ethiopia, and it was carbon dated to be 2 million years old.
Okay.
2 million years old. Saka obviously before Jesus, and adinda kuudza kuti hanzi Jesu akazvarwa 2000 years ago, and hanzi Jesu aigara 2000 years ago. Ndakuudzai imimi Sister Sabina kuti in Egypt at the time 3000 years ago, so we are talking about 1,000 years before Jesus. 1,000 years before Jesus, because if Jesus is 2,000 years old, and the Bantu emigrated from north of Africa 3,000 years ago, so we're talking about 1,000 years before Jesus Christ, right? Saka, they were already human beings, and they were already vanhu vainge system dzavo, and the pyramids eco Egypt the people who built the great pyramids, they built them 10,000 years ago. So we are talking about at least 8,000 years before Jesus Christ. Saka, we had our system
You're
of
trying to say the pyramids are older than Jesus, basically.
absolutely 100%. And the Sphinx
Okay,
is about it.
quiet.
The Sphinx in Egypt is about 20,000 years old. Yeah. Right. Now, vanhu vakabva up north, vanonzi the Bantu people vakabva the land called iri north. Saka, there's a possibility yekuti the Bantu people are actually the builders of the pyramids. Nekuti since we came up north, either we are direct descendants of the people who built the pyramids, or we were the builders of the pyramids. So we are the real
So
Egyptians.
you mean we came up north, not down south?
No, we came up north. We came from up north, the Bantu people.
How did we come up north when up north is cold?
When you say up north, I'm talking about north of Africa.
Okay, not the North Pole, chando chekuti hauzvare.
No, I didn't know maybe Africa. Maybe Africa.
No, quiet. Sorry about that, my brother. Don't forget, you are more academical than me.
No,
From you.
no, I'm not academic. I'm only talking to you. I'm not. And this academic.
No, you are academically. You are. I'll give you that one.
I'm not.
But,
I'm just.
But you're not a personal trainer. Saka, you are both academic, but in different professions.
Exactly.
So I want to know your profession.
Now you catch my point. All I am, I'm a researcher. I'm not an academic. I'm a researcher of scholarly material, but I'm not a scholar. Right?
Oh, bless you. Thank you, Mason.
Yeah. Because the problem, most scholars, when they write all their things, vanonyora in a language not a lot of people can understand. Sakachi, I'm somebody then I come and talk to lay people, up to people like me. Do you know what I'm saying? In simple terms.
With all this information, I'm now learning from the Zimbabweans. With all this information, where do you think we stand as Zimbabweans?
Very, very good question. Where we stand as Zimbabwe, in my opinion, I think we need to have a reality check. We need to find out who we are. We need to find out our values. We need to find out, we need to go back to our tradition and culture, because Zimbabwe, the people called Zimbabweans, they have been successful way before the missionaries came, way before the colonizers came. Jesus Christ and the Bible was introduced to us in Zimbabwe in the 16th century, and the great Zimbabwe yakavakwa in the 11th century, so almost about 300 years before the advent of Christianity. So we were mighty beings, and we used to do trade, nema Chinese, nema Indians, nema Arabs. So we were mighty people. So let's go back where we were before colonization and before religion.
Wow, thank you very much, my brother. I will not rest my case, but I will arrest my case if you let me be, and say hello to my sister-in-law and my lovely, beautiful nephew.
Thank you very much, and thank you for having me. We can arrange this conversation. We can arrange another show next time. Just let me know.
Thank you.
Okay, God bless you. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.